Night City is a dumpster fire. It burns each and every day, sinking lower, its ashes rising in heaps around its perimeter. The people you are about to witness are survivors. Desperate, everyone. This is their story. Welcome back to the dark future.
Final prep is done. Boss, you ready? Yeah, plug me in. I don't need to tell you, this is risky as hell. The tech's unproven. Even Wireshark has his reservations. That guy's down for just about anything. I know, this has to work though. Risky or not, we're fragged if it doesn't. And if it doesn't? Run. Like hell. Godspeed, boss.
Oh boy, welcome back everybody. It is a Monday, and that means it is Neon Inferno. Despite a few very mild tech issues, we are in fact here. Stream is fighting me. Even now we're still dropping a couple of frames, albeit far fewer than I think we were a little bit ago. So with any luck, this should stay mostly stable. I don't know why we're dropping frames, but for some reason, unknown to me, we are. So for those of you who are watching this live on Twitch with us tonight, please bear with me. But as always, I am recording it locally, so that will be what goes into the eventually to be edited VOD that will go up on my YouTube channel at the end of the week, as always. So if we have some tech issues tonight, my deepest apologies. I have done everything in my power short of like fully rebooting my computer to fix them. That said, tonight, as usual, we have everyone. We have Robert, we have Nyla, we have Ghost. Hello, everybody. Welcome back for another fine week of edge running in the dark future of the early 2060s. Welcome, welcome.
What's up, people? I say, Charlie, are you sure it's not just the ghost of Mr. Bartmoss trying to take over your computer?
I can't rule it out, and I would hate to say for certain one way or the other that it was or wasn't. I know right now, Twitch, you might be getting a little bit of frame droppy fun because I think my computer started doing it again. I'm starting to see a lot more frames go to the gutter. I don't know why. I could not begin to guess why. But we are going to, as the saying goes, do it live, and just try and work through this, because I cannot come up with a satisfactory explanation as to why this is happening. So with that said, gentlemen, let me go ahead and bring us over to the main game screen here really quick. Yes, welcome back, everybody. Tech issues aside now, we can dive into the game proper, how are you all doing this week?
I am fantabulous. Thank you for asking.
Beautiful, beautiful. Also, to all who are concerned, this is not beer, despite saying it's a brewing company. This is, it turns out, when you get takeout from a microbrewery, they give you, if you order a soft drink, because they only do them in cans, apparently, you will get a 32-ounce can of canned fountain drink. So this is Coke. I'm not kidding. It is literally Coca-Cola. We've got that right here under all the list of potential liquor options this could be. It is just Coca-Cola from a fountain. So yeah, do not worry. I am not drinking on stream right now. Twitch, please. So with that said, let's, I suppose, quickly recap last session so we know where we stand. You guys were coming out of the apartment of Ratchet, having discovered a menagerie of various drug paraphernalia in there, a cookbook loaded on a chip that was going to give you a lot of different, drug recipes that he's been using. You found a severed cyber arm in his shower. You found a couple other random bits and bobs throughout the apartment, and a trail to follow, which led you to the street corner where it looks like you got picked up in a car or something because the footprints suddenly vanish. Immediately after this, you were confronted by a man wearing black. That guy sussed you the fuck out. No one liked that guy. Everyone had issues with that guy. And so you guys did the only thing that edge runners do when they don't trust a guy. You flatlined that guy. And then
in 2 turns, by the way.
Yeah, in literally 6 seconds, and skeet shoot at his head to post it on the top of the building. Moments before a cavalcade of sirens and what you can only presume were police vehicles surrounded the complex. So in the wake of all that, you guys ran. Scrappy made the choice, the most baffling use of free will possible in the moment, contextually, literally licked the inside of what was left of one of these drug canisters for a drug that could not be easily identified. It didn't look anything like ones that you're familiar with, did not seem to resemble anything that was familiar to you. You were just, you did that. you licked the canister. And not long thereafter, you started to experience a variety of mostly unpleasant hallucinations. Some of them were dead people that, your dead teammates. Some of them were former family that you left back in Arizona when you ran this way. And yet other visions were a little more cryptic. They were of servers where the garage should be. They were of a man that you have seen on billboards. Things that don't make a ton of sense, but you saw them all the same. And so when we left last time, you all had gathered in Tomo's apartment and called over a local Ripper Doc desync to come and have a look at you, because he focuses mostly in neurologic cyberware. Obviously, that leads one to know a little bit about neurological conditions, hallucinations, all that sort of thing. And you spoke with him for a little bit, got the issues straightened out, or at least as much as you could. Mostly, we're just waiting for Scrappy to come back to reality. In that time, Tomo, you walked to the other room, dialed up the Pink Demon Brothel, which is not terribly far from here, and have scheduled a meeting, if you could call it that, with a Joy Toy that, according to the Man in Black, Ratchet frequently went to for companionship, by the name of Emerald. So, as we dial back into the moment here, were there any IP expenditures that needed to happen?
I had one.
What you got?
I would like to bump evasion from a 7 to an 8.
Hell yeah. Go ahead and deduct your 160 IP there, and you will have it.
Right on. That's what I like to see.
I was gonna put one into archery and get that to 7, but I can't let anybody outrun me in evasion, so evasion go to 8 as well.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay.
I think Scrappy is gonna try and dump as much as she can of her 190 IP into Cybertech.
The Cybertech. Okay, so still limited to 1 level a session, but 5. I mean, you only have enough for 1 level, so level 5 will take 100. So you just deduct that and modify that. You'll be good to go.
And then, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I don't have enough for level 6 of weapons tech.
Hmm.
You know what? We're gonna be a little weird. We're gonna jump her conversation by 1.
Conversation. All right. So yeah, it's 60 IP for that then.
That's actually a really powerful skill to have points in, because usually everybody's humanity is low. So if you've actually got skill base in that, that's wild to be able to use.
Yes, it's very true.
And then, let's see, I have 30 left. That wouldn't be able to get me to level 3 in athletics, would it?
Level 3 of a skill requires 60. So
yeah, that's where I was just double checking the math. Like,
yeah.
I
You're
think
still
I'm
just a tad short of that one, unfortunately.
So yeah, I will sit there at 30 IP.
Very cool. All right. So that is IP spend for all of you. Very cool. We're on a spending session this week. It's funny, we get in these like back and forth, like, are they going to spend or are they going to save? So with that said, as we kind of zoom back into reality here, the very last thing that happened when we parted ways last week was you guys were talking to Desync about the prospect of the billboard and the fact that Scrappy has been seeing the guy from the billboard, and the fact that Desync did not know what you were talking about. He had not seen this billboard. And when Scrappy looked on her agent, and Whiskey, I believe you even tried doing a quick search through your holophone to scan the data pool for it. And none of you could find this ad or bulletin board. No images of it seem to exist. It is invisible, which is strange because Scrappy was the only one who took those drugs, and all of you saw that one sober. So, very interesting. Very, very interesting. So, as we dive back in, I suppose, where do we want to begin?
I would like to ask Desync for a speed heal.
Yeah, I got a couple of those, and he'd offer it to you for the going rate of 100 eddies. So
That's perfectly fine, Doc.
beautiful. So I'll mark you as regenerating. Robert, would Scrappy also desire one of these as she is slowly coming down from her hallucinations?
Most likely, yes.
Okay, beautiful. So let me mark you as regenerating as well. And then that will give you your will plus your body back. So that's actually not bad for you. I always forget Scrappy's body's actually pretty high, considering how often she threatens to go squish and crunch. It's always a little surprising.
It's simply because of the fact that I tend to follow Whiskey, and Whiskey gets themselves into trouble.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's almost like, Robert, this is the oldest lesson that I taught at my table. We had a player, a rocker boy, in the very first session I ever ran, follow my wife, who was also a solo in this, onto the roof of a building where she was going after a netrunner that had positioned himself there. And the netrunner had bodyguards. So my wife starts digging into the netrunner, and this rocker boy, sadly, runs up and in about 2 turns gets flatlined because the bodyguards were like very much ready to deal with someone like her. So yeah, that was one session she died. So yeah, it's Robert, you were there. I think you were there for that session. I'm 90% sure you were there for that session. Yeah. So you know what happens to non-solos following other solos into places they shouldn't be. So with that, he will inject both of you with a speed heal. You know, tending to the wounds as he does without too much of a, issue there. So once he does that, Desync looks at you both and just says, so long story short here, she's gonna need, I'm gonna take a stab in the dark without fully knowing what she has in her system. Probably anywhere from 4 to 8 hours for some of this to run its course, fully work its way out, and on the other side, with any luck, hopefully, things should be relatively normal. Of course, you got my number. You can call me back out here if she ends up not perking back up. But for now, at least, it's looking like she's, mostly riding it out pretty well. Well as could be expected for someone who isn't used to doing hallucinogenics. You haven't done hallucinogenics before, have you?
You talking to me?
No, talking to Scrappy. And you said
maybe a long time ago, maybe for an experiment or two, but nah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, then for as green as she is to this whole thing, she's doing pretty well. Seen a lot worse. But best of luck with the rest of it. But reality is I should probably get back to the shop. So
10-4.
Let me know if anything pops up, but otherwise, water and rest probably going to be the best things that she can have.
Yeah, thanks for making the house call, Doc.
Hey, you paid me.
You're right, I did.
And
That's
so,
silly of me.
yeah, it's so with that, he does take his leave.
As he's on his way out, Tomo's just
Please.
going to be like, "Thanks for coming by. I told you it'd be interesting," and just dap him up on his way out.
Yeah, and he kind of returns the gesture and just says, "Yeah, I mean, seeing random shit on billboards and stuff, and that's not just your one friend. I mean, shit. Yeah, interesting is definitely one way to put it. Best of luck with everything.
Yep, thanks. And if we have bad luck, that's just good business for you, right? Just kind of laugh and pat him on the shoulder.
Now you understand why I'm in this business. Anyway, yeah, see you around soon. And yeah, so with that kind of exchange done, he sees himself out. So with that in mind, as the three of you are kind of left here in the aftermath of that, so now where would we like to, I suppose, begin? Because I know obviously Tomo has discussed going to the Pink Demon later to meet with Emerald and see what he can find with that. But
that's later. There is one route we could go before we hit that, and that is the place that the what was his name? The guy that we gunned down.
He called himself Tatters. It was
Tatters.
It was not super clear if that was his actual name.
Didn't he mentioned some place north of the city?
He did.
Right?
Yep, he mentioned because the north side of the city has begun to be dominated by kind of a large group of oil derricks. And kind of that it's a mix of that and like shanty towns that quite a few of the homeless in the city kind of frequent. So the suggestion that this guy who was not exactly living in the best digs, shall we say, the fact that he has vanished into thin air, that is not a unthinkably remote spot for him to end up in. That said, you also didn't trust that this guy did not mean you guys some variety of harm. So who knows? But that is something that was brought up. Yes, that the north, the NID essentially, its very northern edge does have quite a collection of spaces like that. It's big enough though that without knowing for certain, it could be quite a search. But if you want to take some time and try to do that, you certainly could.
I'll float the idea at least to Tomo and Scrappy. What do you two think of that?
My vote, whiskey.
That's me.
Yeah. My initial vote is we get the slowly rotting carcass out of the back of our van.
That's right. I nearly forgot about that. God.
So,
to be fair, I think you guys did bring that body up and throw it into the bathtub, if I remember right.
Yep, the body is in the cryo bag in the bathtub, and I don't think we ever activated the cryo bag to save the charge.
You did not activate that. Yeah. Thankfully, it's activated. Thankfully, it's only been like an hour, so like it's not exactly long enough for things to have gone truly bad yet. Yeah. So just Gonk on Ice, Night City's favorite musical.
Yes, exactly. Here's a proposition. Because of what that supposed doctor said, I could begin to try and take apart the cyber psycho and spend time up here in the apartment, and you guys can go explore someplace close by. Probably the pink demon would probably be the best spot.
Yeah. I can't cover too much ground, sadly.
Yeah, thankfully the pink demon is literally right down the street. It's not particularly far from the mega building.
The only thought about the location that Tatters was hinting at, like up north, I feel like whatever he was doing, he was trying to feed you a line of bullshit to just explain why he would quote unquote be out of the way, and then he would just show up again later because he was still tailing us.
Yeah.
There is another option to explore though. There is doubling back on those people that led us to the car. Like when I first met you guys, they had all that friends talk and their bullshit, and that one dude, when I saw over his shoulder, was hella sus. So we could circle back on them and try and press them for more info, because they might be tied to whatever that sign is that we're all starting to remember, but nobody else seems to remember.
Well, first thing, Tomo, don't say the word friend. It instantly gives me a headache. But you have a solid plan there, because whoever this goldsmith was that I was apparently rambling on about.
Now, bear in mind, you might have interpreted it as the goldsmith. We were talking about, I'm gonna, for our viewers here, really quick, bring this up. There's my card. Boop. He was talking about Goldsmith Street, this lovely little street that's actually just west of where you guys are right now. And the overpass probably is this overpass. That is like the only overpass that it goes under, really. Unless I was talking about like maybe the train lines, but that usually wouldn't be called an overpass. This, however, the ring road is an overpass.
So yeah, there's those two things. But if you guys go investigate somewhere close by, if you go to the pink demon, that'll give me time to parse out Tatters into Tatters. So that way we can either sell off his chrome, or I can take advantage of it in another way.
Yeah.
Or yeah, we chill the gonk's body, leave it in the bathroom, and then we go underneath the overpass.
I mean, if you want to start chopping it up, we could do because we can do like a no pressure. We can always spin back on them with all three if we need to, but do like light pressure, swing by that one group of weirdos, see if we can't get any information out of them. Be back in time for our meeting with Emerald, and then by that time you should be done chopping up the cyber psycho. Can all exchange info on the drive over to the overpass, and then decide if we need to swing back by the weirdos.
Yeah, that sounds like a very solid plan. I need a cup of coffee.
Yes. Caffeine, the best thing to pair with hallucinogenics. So yeah, you thankfully, I mean, this is Tomo's apartment, so ultimately, unless you're carting the stiff back to your own place, which, in fairness, is kind of on the way to if you're going back to their former hideout, or the hideout where you last saw them, rather, going to that little sanctuary in Rancho. Arroyo's on the way. Mm-hmm. So the what is still at this point in the timeline known as the Haywood Industrial Zone is along the way. Mega Building H6 would be an easy stop off before you hit Rancho and catch up with the group of friends there. Of course, like I said, Pink Demon, the underpass or the overpass, intersection with Goldsmith, both in the local neighborhood here, very, very nearby. So it's down. Would it be something, Tomo, where you would let Scrappy work on extracting cyberware in your bathroom, essentially?
I assume Scrappy wouldn't want to go anywhere just because you're already in recovery mode. Just stay where you are until you recover. But if we want to reload, like I don't mind just throw down a tarp or use the shower curtain. That's easier to replace. But if you want to relocate to like you have your tools at home or whatever, we could swing by the overpass. I'll investigate that, then drop you off at H6, then the weirdos. Emerald weirdos. Or just save the weirdos till last either way so we don't have to go back out there twice. I'm just trying to kill time for the day.
Go ahead, Whiskey.
I am not excited to see those fuckers again. That shit gave me the creeps. Jesus.
You and me both.
I would like to go, see some pretty women instead, but I get it on the job.
Yep. No.
I mean, you're already paying for the time, so if you want to stop there first, and then we all rally back up and all go and hit the weirdos just in case we decide to be unfriendly with them.
Nah, I'll go wherever, wherever's most productive. I'm just voicing like, if I could avoid seeing those weirdos again, the better.
I will throw my opinion in the ring here now. You guys go ahead and start investigating locally nearby. Because I have a really bad gut feeling that if they were already trying to track us for this guy, letting them know that we're on the move and going to two different places would not be the greatest idea.
Yeah. I could also... Tomo, if you want... Well... Nah, that'd be stupid. Never mind. I was about to say... If you want me to, I could go investigate the weirdos. Be the sacrificial lamb.
As much as I hate quoting them, Whiskey, you don't go there without a buddy.
Yeah, that's like just in case, because we're basically showing them suspicion and trying to press them. If they decide to press you back, I would rather be there as backup.
I could also just not talk to them. See if I can't just scout them out, see if they're up to anything weird.
I mean, because like you've said, like has been discussed briefly here, just to make sure that everyone understands timeline here, that meeting with Emerald isn't really scheduled until like 4 hours from now. You've got time. So it's one of those things where like the Pink Demon is probably unproductive short of that time anyway, unless you had like a burning desire to question other people there, but they may not particularly enjoy that. So
right.
They are a business after all, and a business that is not exactly for that kind of work. It's not like a club where you'd go and have a meeting in a shady back corner. So it's up to you guys. But yeah, you've got a couple hours at least till the Pink Demon is most likely to be fruitful as far as any kind of discussion.
How long, just mechanics question, how long is the Cyber Psycho chop shop job going to take? Because would like that be ready by the time the Pink Demon meeting is ready? Because we could always go explore the overpass, waste a bunch of time there, swing back by, scoop Scrappy from the apartment, and then all head over there, and then we're just mobbing from then on. But
so parting out the Psycho, he has a lot in him. So like that's like probably more of a downtime job than it is. Like you could probably get started and extract something from him in the next 4 hours, Scrappy. But piecing this guy out completely, just looking from like your, because you got tech scans of him while you were still at the apartments, and the tech scans showed a lot of chrome in this guy. Like, again, just to give us a reminder list real quick, because I pulled his sheet up. This guy had 2 cyber arms. One of these, or excuse me, both of these had a grenade launcher in them that had improved smart grenades in them. One of them also had some Wolvers. He had 2 cyber legs, each with a jump booster in it. He had a neuroport, which had a pain editor in it. I believe one of you took that. He has grafted muscle, bone lace, and some subdermal armor. So yeah, the dude was very specced out. So taking that all apart is going to take something on the order of, if you were doing it and still remembering to sleep, probably like 2 days. You might be able to do it in one 24-hour stint if you pushed yourself or like surged yourself. But like shy of something like that, you are looking at probably 2 days worth of actual work to get this guy dechromed in a way that you can use his stuff.
Then the easy solution from Scrappy here is I can spend the 4 hours to do a full synopsis of what is in this gonk and get a better idea of how long it's going to take.
I mean,
and in those 4 hours,
the tech scan would have probably given you a pretty, unless there's anything that I mentioned that was like, if there's anything I didn't mention there that was maybe hidden from your view, which again, I put it up on stream for everyone to see. So I will tell you right now, there really isn't. You already have like a rough list of what he's got. That's
it's more of, I know for the 4 hours I would probably have to spend working on repairing the said cyber arms because they both got broken.
They did. That is true. That is true. Those are more of a hack job. That is very, very, very true. Well, actually, as I think about that, cyber arms are 500 Eddie items. Those take like a week to repair. So those are not. Again, all of this is coming up. You're going to need a lot more time than 4 hours to like make appreciable progress. Like you could probably, like I said, any of those things that are not broken, which real quick, let me just pull Tatter's sheet back up here. Yeah.
It was like legs with boosters, subdermal plating.
Yeah.
The gimbals, like
Scrappy goes, the subdermals and the gimbals are like one cyber leg. You could pick any one of those and get that out in the time left to you. But that would be like all you can do in the next 4 hours.
No. Actually, Tomo, let's just leave this gonk on ice and let's go to that overpass or whatever, see what's actually going on with that.
Yeah, we can just leave him here on ice. Just by the end of the day when we're dropping everything off, he's going home with you.
Yeah, I know. And I'll have to get in contact with I think I might be able to contact the Ripper Doc that our buddy Ark had introduced us to that one time, the like really creepy one.
Yeah. Good old A20, baby.
Yeah, he might be able to help us out, and I could probably tolerate him for a couple of days. But
Sounds like a plan.
needless to say, let's go see what's on Goldsmith, or should I call it the Yellow Brick Road?
Well,
Hey, Toma,
yep.
real quick thing. Do you have like? Here's what I'm actually gonna do. I'm gonna actually I want to de-ice him just so I have the cryo pump with me, just in case something happens.
Fine, but you owe me a fresh shower curtain, and if he stinks up the place, you owe me a can of spray.
You got it. That's fine with me. That's just I see a future that I don't like, and I'd rather not. I'd rather be safe than sorry. That's
fair.
more than worth the spray and shower curtain.
Well, and so to clarify something, you guys would have iced him at this point?
Yeah, we would have iced him, and then I'm actually going to take him off ice, and I'm going to pay to get the charge back.
Get a recharge. Okay, yeah, because you could easily swing by. There's a couple of supply shops and stuff along that general line on the way when you're heading up there. Because this is like, anyone who's played 2077, you know that area around H10 is just like crammed with stuff. There's all kinds of shops and stuff nearby. So yeah, drop in by like local pharmacy to pick that up. That's a lot of them sell those charges. So yeah. So
it's I'd rather owe you some meds than to have to deal with your corpse.
Fair enough.
Well, then I say we start thawing the gonk and we get on our way.
Yep, and I'm just gonna hit the button and just let him out.
Yeah,
and yeah.
Yep, and I'm going to tear down my shower curtain so that as we take him out of the bag, we roll him up in the shower curtain like it's a rug and then toss that in the tub. Just in case he leaks a little extra or, you know, the temporary fix really becomes temporary. I don't need him decomposing in here.
Yeah, fair.
Actually, save the shower curtain. I'm going to take out my carry-all and just stuff him in there in sort of a body bag situation.
Oh, boy.
Yo, the carry-all's ruined.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
And just saying, Scrappy is going to attempt to help, and she's going to use up half a roll of duct tape to make sure this guy doesn't come apart.
Oh, it's gonna be such a sight to imagine transporting this thing later.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I'm giving it's giving Breaking Bad vibes, and I think all of you know which ones. So with that,
This is why we have a perfectly good bathtub.
Yo, Mr. White, this tune is packing Preem's chrome.
Oh no!
I'm sorry.
Mr. White, the chrome doesn't dissolve in acid, Mr. White.
Yes, Jesse, but the bathtub does. The fucking bathtub does. This is why I told you to buy the plastic.
You conk sack of shit. The acid dissolves the bathtub. God. Anyway. Yeah.
We needed polyethylene, Jesse. Oh my god.
This is definitely whiskey just being super paranoid. Just
totally fair. You're transporting a dead body that upon his death had the place you're in swarmed by vehicles. Yeah, I'd be paranoid too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because you guys took his head off, so that guy would be leaking like everywhere.
It's fine. It's a carry-all.
You know,
It's
as
fine.
soon as he thaws out, just Fountain starts fucking coating the walls in the shower. Fuck.
I mean, no,
That's-
his
Whole bathroom's gonna need to be
his
cleaned.
heart is definitely done beating at this point, so that wouldn't be the problem anymore. Whiskey's probably gonna want to sterilize that bag, the cryo bag, is all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
with that said, so yeah, you're gonna drop by, so you can just drop 50 eddies to get your recharge for the cryo pump. So with that said, we've got the plan, I believe, as I'm hearing it now, after the discussion we need to have to sort logistics on that, is to go to the overpass on Goldsmith. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yes, and go to the overpass. Hopefully, find something interesting enough to kill enough time that we need to go meet Emerald, and then swing back down by the weirdos. I am dubbing that group the weirdos because I can't remember any of their names.
Fair. And yeah, I mean, there's always the option to roll concentration, see what you remember of them, but you probably don't care enough to bother.
Nope, they're just the weirdos who told us where to find a van.
Fair enough. So yeah, you guys, and would you guys be taking your car with you to go there, or just walking? Because it is close enough that you could walk.
Probably just walk because the car is in a safe place.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, just parked in
Nice.
H10.
Yeah, why expose it to the elements?
Which at that point, I would probably actually choose to then leave my shotgun in Tomo's apartment because I don't want to be that noticeable.
Fair enough. Yeah. So, so as the three of you depart, then walking through Little China here, let me real quick. Gonna make just a quick roll. Okay, interesting. So as you guys walk through Little China, kind of take that westward kind of street here out of the main front of the mega building and just kind of turn up the street and start walking. There are quite a variety of people that are kind of milling about the district here. It's become a fairly crowded part of the city in the last few years. And as you kind of wander up this way, you see a man getting thrown out of one of these buildings along the side of the road that you're walking up here. The building that he's coming out of is literally just called the Suds Spot. It's got a big mug of beer as a logo. The man getting thrown out looks kind of wild. Like, hair's not terribly well kept. Outfit definitely looks road worn. Very, very much looks like a nomad. The guy doing the throwing says, "Look, if you're not going to pay your fucking tab, you can go out on the street like all the other deadbeats. Now get the fuck out of here. Leave. When you got Eds, then I'll let you back in." And the door just gets slammed in front of them. This guy looks like he's having a very bad day. But
Can I do my thing and ask for a scene-setting weather check?
you absolutely can.
Let's see if lightning can strike twice. No pun intended.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
All right. Well, no. There are two rolls we do on this. Remember. So hold on. I need my book. Let me.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And we
First
get
is temperature.
acid rain.
Acid rain. No, like the other night, in one of my pro games, Ghost asked for the same role, and it was we ended up getting inversion smog for strange weather. So this time of year, it's kind of early spring, so kind of April-ish. So on a 1, it's actually a pretty cool day today. About 40 degrees Fahrenheit, plus or minus. So it's kind of cold. But on that D6, on a 2, it is light rain. So it is a cold, rainy day, but not one of those where it's like absolutely pouring rain, but it's that almost annoyingly light rain when it's this cold outside, because you just can feel it, that slow soaking of your clothes, and just that chill that introduces. So yeah, this guy getting kicked out onto the street on a day like this is not a great day at all. Like, that's quite possibly on the lower rung of like probably the worst 5 kinds of days to have is what this guy's having right now.
It's this dude's villain origin story.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. Thankfully, he doesn't seem to look toward you at all. But, Tomo, go ahead and roll me a perception check really quick. I'm curious if you see something here.
Let's see if I see. I think I do in fact see.
You do, in fact, crit on this particularly unnecessary shit. So this is why we say it. So with this, you look at him, you recognize there's a couple of things about him, features on him that you, and probably only you, would really recognize. One, probably the less specific little thing you notice about him is this guy's skin is very tan, and not that kind of tan that is like like synthetic or gotten in a particularly, like, let's call it healthy way, right? This guy, like, his skin is tan like you would tan leather, right? It looks weathered. It looks like it's been beaten in because of this guy being out in the elements for a long time. Matter of fact, if this guy's clothes were anything more reminiscent of the, various unhoused people that kind of live in the district, you'd assume he was one of them. It's that kind of like ridden hard sort of skin that you got there. But the other thing you notice, and this is probably a little more specific, you notice a patch on this guy's jacket. Not big. It's not like one that occupies the entire back of it. Rather, it's one that is on one shoulder. And it's a clan image of a theta. This guy looks to have been part of a group about 20 years ago known as the Thelis Marines. They were at one point the maritime security provider for the port of Night City. So this guy's a fellow Thelis nomad. However, this guy definitely looks like he has come up on hard times. I mean, it's all been hard times for the nomads, but yeah, this guy looks to be one of those that it's fallen hardest on.
Do I know how much a drink in that bar costs?
It's some dive bar. It's probably like 10 or 20 eddies at most.
Can I put 10 eddies into the palm of my hand and then help him up with that hand? And then just like pat him on the shoulder and guide him back toward the bar.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, go in and have a drink. Stay dry.
and he looks at you with a degree of appreciation, and he looks at the eddies in his hand, and he just kind of chuckles to himself a little bit. Well, that's not going to cover the tab I owe, but I'll find myself a place a little more welcoming in my hard-earned eds, or, well, yours. Thanks for the drink, brother.
Well,
traveling,
sir, would these help? As I give him all 30 of my eddies.
All 30? He says he looks at you with a degree of appreciation. He holds out the hand. He says, "Don't bother. No, we're talking a tab in the low triple digits. I had a bad night the other night and got a little away from myself. And not for trying to come back here today, I probably wouldn't have remembered. So, yeah. But I think I know another place. This will stretch a little further."
Would do you mind if I ask what happened? Just rough night.
I mean, you could call it that. More like a rough year. It's been I used to have purpose, you know? And the corpse took it away. Those fucking soccer grunts come back to the city acting like they fucking own the place. Like it's their God-given right to be here. And next thing you know, no one in my fucking family can find a job. We used to be respected. They used to ask us, pay us double or triple the going rate today for the kind of work we do, keeping cargo shipments, salvage shipments secure. And they thanked a good decade of service like that by tossing us on our asses with not a cent more to cover the loss. So yeah, coming up on the last ennies. And the guy just kind of looks down, a little bit misty-eyed. You kind of see tears kind of welling at the edge of his eyes. He says, "Yeah, it's been a hard year."
What's your name, Jim?
They call me Santo. And he extends a hand out to you. Formerly lieutenant in the Dulles Marines.
Dulles Marines. Does that ring any sort of bells for me, or probably not really?
Roll me concentration. Let's see if you know anything about the Dulles Marines.
Because I'm like, maybe not in the same, in the same, organization, but like,
yeah. So
military tradition, maybe.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, in your eyes, firstly, this guy very much has that look of a soldier who has been shunned, right, by society. Mm-hmm. Even if his service wasn't the same as yours, you've seen plenty of people with Militech patches where his Dulles Marines one is, that fit the same exact kind of description, right? So this is not an unusual position to see him in. That said, you are familiar with the Dulles Marines. There are times during your service with Militech that plenty of shipments that had to come over water, sometimes the seaboard was a little bit easier to ship things south along from Seattle or Portland than coming by road would be. So there are plenty of times where Militech would send their supply ships with a mixed force of their own people as well as Thelis Marines, mostly to serve as navigators. They understood kind of the more dangerous places along that route. And while Militech has intelligence, the Nomads traveled those routes more. So usually they get brought in to kind of serve as guides. And so you are familiar with the Thelis Marines. Just like every other Nomad, I mean, you probably, after leaving Militech and shipping off to Arizona where you met Scrappy, I mean, Nomads are a dying breed. They're not where they were 20 years ago, where they were on top of the world helping rebuild it. Now, today, they are falling more and more out of that and more into exactly the shoes of this guy in front of you.
Yeah. All right, Santo. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Whiskey.
Yeah, it's good
Here's
to meet you.
Here's something to help one vet to another, and I'm gonna just give him 200 heads.
Shit. All right. He looks at that, and he just looks at that for a moment, and you're not sure if it's the rain or those tears that are welling in his eyes, but you see him brush something off his face, and he just says, "Bless you, sister. Hopefully it'll start becoming a better year."
Yeah.
Yeah,
I hope so.
I'm sure it will. So is it like a, because I assume contact sharing is kind of like an airdrop thing?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, I would essentially just, without saying anything, I would just send that, like, contact share request.
Yeah.
Just try and airdrop him dudes.
Yeah, and he would see it pretty quickly. Like, you see that, like, slightly zoned out glance that people get when something pops on their holo internally. And you see back on yours that he confirms the request. And he just says, you know, it's good to know that good people still exist in this fucking city.
I wouldn't go that far, but I'll check in on you at some point.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Until then, Mr. Santo, I know you didn't want my eddies, but I'll slide my little medium pistol out of my boot and go, I got a clip and a half for you. You can have some kind of control over your life from one traveler to another, I guess.
Oh, that's okay. That's actually a really cool gesture. Because yeah, the money is definitely something he'd be too proud. But that, from one traveler to another. Let's make use of that new conversation point you just skilled up in today. I wanna see how that comes across. Okay. No, he looks at that. And that point you invested this at the start of the session actually makes the difference here. He looks at the gesture, looks at the pistol, and kind of grins. He says, at the very least, it'll feed me for a week or two, so thank you, sister. This traveler thanks you. And he places that into, because he doesn't really have like a great place to kind of like place the holster, but he shoves it into one of the pockets on his jacket where it'll fit fairly well for the time being, and like puts the spare magazine on the other side where he could easily access it if it comes to it. Well, I'm gonna go find that bottle I wanted to find, but you know, paying work comes up. I'm more than willing to take it.
Noted. Stay safe out there, too.
You too. And with that, he begins to kind of meander down the rain-drenched street in the direction kind of opposite where you were traveling. So he's going south while you guys are moving north.
That's our good deed for the season.
This is us trying to feign being, reasonable, kind people. That said, because of the goodwill that all of you have extended, I would like to give you all a D6 of humanity back. Because there is something good about doing good for others here.
Yes.
Whiskey, that is a whole 6 humanity. Tomo,
That's completely on brand, but you know what? That gets me back to 3. That gets me back to 3 empathy. So you know what? I'll take it.
Yeah,
Nope,
Robert.
I typed that wrong.
Yeah, /R space D6.
And suddenly that pain editor doesn't hurt as much.
Yeah. To be fair, Scrappy, you've that kind of makes sense for both Tomo and Scrappy for different reasons. Tomo's kind of a calloused guy, but Scrappy, you've had a day today.
Yeah, well, also too, like Tomo wishes that he could do more for the guy, but he's also not in a great space because he just came to the city and doesn't really have much liquid that he could just throw to the guy.
Yeah, right.
But I got his deets. We'll hook him up at some point.
Yeah, well, and he's fellow Thelis, so like at some point in the future, there may come time where he is the guy that can help you. So that is not at all a bad arrangement. So with that said, as the three of you continue north along Goldsmith, you eventually, after about 10 or so minutes of walking in the light rain, finally arrive at this overpass. Now, you all probably, I can't say all, but I know, like, Tomo, you've probably been under this overpass a few times. If only because the end cart kind of picks up right underneath it. So anytime where you would be offshoring and coming back to the city, this is kind of the nearest end cart that you would pick up to get a lift elsewhere in the city back to your apartment or to wherever the biz was flowing. So you probably would be somewhat familiar with this place in that way that, you pass through a particular stretch of road every day for a long period of time. So the nuances of it maybe aren't stuck in your brain the same way, but you're familiar with the liminality that the space usually represents. You're familiar with its shape. You know the usual suspects you see kind of meandering about this part of the city. So as you come here, this time more with purpose, not to go through, but to be here and to be present here. There are absolutely some things here that you might just be really picking up on for the very first time. Go ahead, roll me a concentration check, because I think that is going to be like the best melding of like noticing the small details and remembering and kind of weaving those things together to fulfill an understanding of this.
Yep, and I will put 2 luck into this. Time to play a game. Prop hunt. What is here that should not be here?
What a great question. It's a 19. That's a pretty good roll. So as you look around the space, there's a couple things that kind of stand out here. And at first, some of these you're not sure if they're here all the time or not, and they just fell below your notice, or if indeed they are new, right? To be fair, there's a bit of transience to this particular spot, right? On either side of the overpass here, are these sort of massed encampments, you could say, of people, right? The people who have lost their homes or perhaps fallen on harder times. That Dulles Marine, you know, is probably one of those types of people that would make some kind of makeshift home in a place like this you're imagining. So as you look on both sides of this, there is a kind of ramshackle conglomeration of old sections of fence that have kind of been haphazardly propped up with a combination of heavier items or rocks kind of at the bottom of them. Within them, you can see through the gaps a combination of different tents, some very basic kind of haphazardly thrown together infrastructure. You see a few things that look like they're some kind of storage racks or things like that. Something on the left side of the street here as you're kind of walking up it strikes you as like a makeshift, almost kind of cooking surface. And because all of this is kind of shielded from the elements outside of like the wind, this is kind of left in the open air. It's not really got any kind of like a cover preventing like rain from falling in on things because it's not really an issue. And you could see a bunch of tired, weary faces kind of looking back your way as you examine this. Now, that's the stuff that feels familiar enough not to stand out. The thing that stands out as you glance around, on the left side of the street.
Sorry, you got attacked by a cat. She keeps trying to jump into my chair instead of staying in her chair, but she keeps clawing at my leg, so I have to keep muting myself.
Oh, you're
just
totally
stay in your chair, cat.
You're totally good, dude. So yeah, so the combination of things that you see around you that feel familiar enough to plausibly have been there before and just maybe fallen a little bit below your notice because it's not something you would have locked in on, is these kind of ramshackle bits of fencing to provide a perimeter, the bits of like housing and basic put together infrastructure like cooking area in some of these tents scattered about. There's like a couple of like old crates and stuff that have been piled up to allow for like basic storage and things like that. Now, as all of that is noticed and is present, there are two things here that definitely feel as though... Cody, thank you so much for that sub. I appreciate you, man. There are two things here that feel too out of place to not have been here, or to have been here previously. They feel like they're new. And that's kind of strange because one of these things is what appears to be a service access door just behind one of the encampments. And there's a plausibility to it being there because it looks pretty new. It looks very new, like maybe it was just installed. But these encampments barely look disturbed, and they do not look that old. Or they do not look that new, I should say. They don't look worn like the kind of like newly placed encampment where nothing's worn down. There's grime. There is clear signs of like the edges of like some of the tent flaps fraying and things like that suggest this has been here for a while, right? So that being as new as it is very odd. The other thing that you notice, and this is probably the thing that catches your eye the hardest, is just above where that door is on the concrete of the overpass is a because there's graffiti kind of scrawled onto this all over the place of varying types. However, this one is pretty standout. And looking at it, it looks to be a image that matches that tarot card you got earlier. Matches the Fool.
Well, I'll definitely point it out. I'll point out the mark and then the door underneath and say something like, okay, we might want to circle back and ask because that looks fresh. People around here might actually have seen who put it in, but I kind of want to see what's behind it first because whatever's tagged right above it seems awfully similar to the tarot card that you found.
Well, the thing that I can vaguely remember from the billboard and some of the other interactions was telling me to wake up and other things like that. So I honestly think it's time to go see a doctor. As Scrappy will just start to approach the door, tarot card in hand.
Interesting. Okay. So you wander over. So this thing's kind of wedged in a corner of, not within the camp, but the camp is largely kind of blocking it. In a way that you have to kind of work your way all the way around in order to get access to it. So the odd thing when you get close to this is that the door very much looks like any other door that you'd see. You know, you've seen a ton of these scattered around the city as like some kind of maintenance access door. The strange thing that you're kind of noticing here as you wander up, the really obvious one, I should say, before I even make you roll a check. This thing doesn't have any kind of like handle or doorknob, or even, as far as you can tell, a mechanical lock that would allow you to like create an improvised handle by pulling back on the key after you've turned it. This door, for all intents and purposes, appears to just be a blank metal panel that seems to have been spray painted the same kind of muted gray tone that appears on so many other kind of doors like this elsewhere in the city. However, there's one other thing you might notice. Go ahead and roll me a perception or concentration, because you could rely more on what you see or what you remember of others like this.
Could I possibly roll some tech-based one using my tech scanner to see if there's some kind of fancy beep-boop alarm system?
So that's a different angle of investigation for what I was proposing. But yeah, if you want to just ignore things that are missing, you could absolutely just try to scan it. That is totally fine, yeah. For that, go and roll me basic tech, and you can use that with your field expertise.
Yay.
Okay. So looking at this thing, there's definitely some... This thing feels wrong, right? It's that sort of like, this thing doesn't feel like it belongs here. The more you look at it, the more that feeling begins to pervade your thoughts, right? So you pull your tech scanner out and begin to kind of like wand it to see like, okay, what the hell is going on with this thing? What am I looking at? You start seeing things that make a little more sense, thankfully, right? The first is that, yes, according to your scanner, inside this door is a knob, and there is a latching mechanism that appears to be able to be manipulated to open this thing. The main issue is that for all the scanning you do, it doesn't appear as though there is any sort of key card or access panel or anything like that on your side of the door that would let you access it. It very much just seems like this is a flush metal panel right in front of you. Interestingly, though, when you scan it, there is one other thing that catches your eye. And it says timing module. As in, a timing module is installed in this door. And because of the high roll you made there, your tech scanner is able to pick up that this thing is scheduled to unlock for 30 minutes tonight at midnight.
No point in trying to break down the door. There's probably some kind of reinforced lock on the other side of it.
Yeah, this thing is full steel through and through. Like, this does not look like... And that's the thing that's even more... I don't know if Scrappy would view it more as annoying or disconcerting, but this thing is like a full-on security door, which is not what most of these are throughout the city. Which is the other thing that you kind of notice as you think about that. This thing doesn't have the usual, because like almost all of these connect to some kind of breaker main or have something to do with like the public service access so that you could get at like piping or electrical that goes through the overpass here. But that usually then comes with like a warning sign that says like warning, high voltage, do not enter, authorized personnel only, something like that. This door is blank of anything like that. So while you may not be risking electrocution on the other side, it does beg the question, if that's not what this door is for, unless they just didn't put a sign on it, but that's exactly what it's for. But let's assume for a moment that the absence of this sign is intentional. What the fuck is this door for? Because it's just blank, sitting here in the middle of everything.
Well, before I go back to Tomo and Whiskey, I will... My tech tools can't fit anywhere in there. The door is too heavy for me to push open.
Yep.
Maybe there is magic in this card after all. And I'll just take the tarot card and kind of wave it back and forth across the door. See if it triggers anything on the way down.
So, yeah, you run it over it, and despite your tech scanner telling you nothing, right? Like, it literally... There are no card scanners or anything that your tech scanner picked up. Which you had fully anticipated, like, okay, like, something has to be there. As your card passes over the surface of the door, there comes a point where, as you're running over it, it's kind of like right before you stop doing so, you hear a chime from your agent. And Shaggy chirps up, "Hey, you got a new message. Some anonymous number, but you've got a message."
Are you able to tell me anything? Like any location from the Shaggy?
I mean, not really. It's got all the hallmarks of a burner phone, if I'm honest, but
Well, not much you could do about that, right?
yeah, no.
Well,
It says though that well, why can't I can't read it.
here, let me, and I will take my agent in both hands, and I will manually open up the message myself on my agent screen.
Yeah. So you open it up, and you're not sure why Shaggy couldn't read it, because it looks fine to you. The text on the screen, as you look this over, just says, "You're starting to see. Tonight, midnight, come back, and we'll show you how to find your home."
All right, Shaggy, what I want you to spend your entire time doing for the next handful of hours, I want you to probe this thing. See what kind of strange encryption was not letting you read it. Because my human eyes just see everything just fine.
I mean, that's strange, because like even as you open it on the screen there, normally I could just take the optical data and reinterpret that. It's all wrong.
Like I said, for the next couple of hours, poke at it, prod at it, see what you can learn from it.
Yeah, I will. Roll me a library search
And-
check, just to have that'll kind of be your command to Shaggy to start running this in the background.
Where did
So-
I put you? Where did I put you?
Should be lower left side of the sheet. Might have to scroll down just a little bit. Yeah.
Let's go!
Oh, you love to see it. All right. That is a little trick and little tool we're using for later. Awesome. Very cool. So while Scrappy is over kind of investigating the door, what do the two of you, Tomo and Whiskey, want to be doing in the meantime?
That's a good question.
Because I thought I heard one of you, I think it was you, Ghost, said you wanted to start talking with some of the locals, seeing if they've seen anything.
Yeah, because if it seems like very, very freshly installed, they might have an idea when the door got put in.
Okay.
I like this plan.
So yeah,
Cool.
I guess we'd start towards the edge of the camp that's near the door, because that'll probably be the most likely. And I guess we're just doing the door-to-door thing real quick.
Yeah, or tent to tent, as it were here. So as you wander in, you get a couple of people that kind of look up, and you could see that look of caution, right? They see someone wandering they don't know into their camp. You've seen this sort of look before. It's not unfamiliar. So as you kind of wander in, is there any kind of way, other than just like location within the little camp, little tent city here itself, that you want to kind of navigate this, or kind of present yourself to these people in an effort to make it so that they don't maybe feel quite the degree of like suspicion and caution that they do right now? Or
I have an
yeah,
idea,
what you thinking?
and I I don't know what check this would necessarily be, but could I try to see like which tents look like they were just freshly moved?
Mm, that that would either be perception would let you see the ones that look newest. As far as ones that have been moved, that might be more deduction, like looking at all the little signs for something to kind of give you an idea of like, okay, where are things kind of less, maybe a little less organized, that disorganization that comes with change and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Because my thought process is like, okay, if this store was freshly installed, then some people had to move.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm like, if we find who recently got moved, they're going to be more willing to talk to us because they're disgruntled.
Sure.
And they want to bitch and moan.
That also just gave me a whole nother thought of trying to, because if it was done recently enough and this area is kind of protected from the weather and stuff, if it's like a dirt patch under an overpass off the side of the road or whatever, there might be tracks to follow from that door to whoever they harass that we could also find.
Yeah. I think I'll go with perception on this just because my deduction is not as good.
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean that's why I offered you both. They're kind of two different ways to look down this particular issue. Okay, so
come on, Foundry.
I was like, I saw the 4. Come on, computer, I believe in you.
I didn't even see my dice.
Oh, that's really fun. Because I saw the 4. So let me look what your perception base is really quick.
Because my
base is 12.
Base is +4 from threat detection.
Okay. So yeah, that would have been a 20 then. So here, let me I'm gonna refresh the server on my side of things here. Just to enable this to perhaps, mayhaps, suck a little less. Okay. And let me pull my little panes back up here. Beautiful. All right. So as you glance around the encampment with that 20 on your perception that doesn't show in the log, it's kind of strange because you're like, okay, surely something has to have been disturbed, right? And there have to have been signs of like recent movement between areas of the camp that are more dramatic than simple, like the typical footpaths and stuff like that. So as you look at all of the tents, it's kind of odd how you actually don't see a sign that anything has really been moved or disturbed in a serious way. Which is very strange because usually, I mean, it's strange that this encampment is here at all if that thing's brand new, just installed. Because, like, usually when City Works does projects like that, they will just get armed guards to shove all of the unhoused people that gather in places like this out of their way.
Right.
And keep them out of the area, like, all full stop. Like, the whole camp gets moved. There are no signs of anything like that here.
Okay.
None.
Follow up, and I'm sorry, Ghost. I think I might be onto something here.
Oh,
Can I try to use large scale tactical thinking?
Okay.
And start thinking about the way this encampment is laid out, because in my head I'm like, if nothing here has been moved, right, or disturbed to such a degree, then what if this encampment is here on purpose?
What a question that is. Roll me the tactics check, and then I'm going to, before I tell you what this yields you, I'm going to ask for Tomo's part in this, you wanted to see if there are, I believe you said footprints kind of going, that would indicate something. Okay. For some reason.
Yeah, like evidence of workers and interactions with the door, but I didn't see that.
I'm gonna
one
refresh
either.
on my end.
Yeah, that's fine. That would have been a 16 on your tactics, by the way, Alice. So we'll.
I used 2 luck.
Okay,
as
so
well.
in 18 then. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's looking at the math because it was another 4. So okay, so an 18 on tactics, keeping that logged in my head. So Ghost, you were saying you wanted to do what? Just so that I'm clear on that.
Look for like evidence of workers, anybody who would have like gone in and out of the door, like evidence that since it was there recently, since this is like protected from weather and shit by the overpass, see if there's any sort of traces of whoever was here, how many there were, where they may have gone, people they may have like wandered toward and fucked with. Like if there were tracks leading from the door into the camp towards a certain place, that gives us some place to start. And I have a cat chewing on my hand.
Incredible. Your cat is on one today, man. Thank you for that. No, just putting.
Yeah, I got you, man.
So looking for that. So if you want to look for footprints, this is probably a tracking check, I believe. Would probably be the easiest way to kind of look for signs and things like that. Because you're looking for the subtle ones, not the... Because there are no really obvious ones. You'd see those already at this point. But the subtle ones are tracking.
Fingers crossed. I've crit on dumber shit today.
You have crit on dumber shit today. A 7 is not far off of critting on dumber shit. So... a 17 on that tracking check. So you look around the area, and like you're saying, dirt lot, side of the road, under the overpass. You've pretty much got this thing pegged to a T as far as like what you're envisioning it looking like. So you look around, both in the like dirt that's, you know, very easily disturbed. It's very loose, kind of sandy gravel. That you are walking through as you kind of meander about the inside of this encampment as the gazes of the still suspicious unhoused population here kind of follow you. And then you look to the door itself and look for signs of when this arrived there. And obviously, you see Scrappy's, you know, footprints heading toward the door. Those are very new, brand new, you know, footprints. But it's kind of remarkable. When you look at the ground here, you don't see a lot of footprints that don't line up with the nearby population here, right? You see a lot of footprints that don't really have a lot of definition to the soles. And you usually would expect, you know, workers at a construction site, they've got nice, thick soles on their boots usually. It leaves a really deep depression, especially if the dirt is wet in any way, or if it's particularly loose, kind of like this gravel is, it usually leaves a nice deep impression. And in a spot like this, you would expect a depression like that to exist for a little while, honestly, especially because this door, again, does not look that old. So when you kind of wander a little closer to the door, kind of following your instincts, most of the footprints that you see kind of loosely meandering around stick to pretty much that fence line of the encampment. And all of these seem to have those pretty much worn, thin soles where they might as well be wearing something like a moccasin at that point. where they leave very little, if any, tread in their footprint. But there are a few here that, while they are not of the thick construction worker kind, there are a few very distinct footprints that seem to be made from what appears to be some kind of walking shoe, you're guessing. Again, you've had to track all kinds of weird stuff, so this is not particularly out of your wheelhouse to kind of grasp at this. But you look at this trail, and there are 3 distinct sets of shoes that you see, all of them seeming to be some kind of running or street shoe of some kind. But then the really odd thing about them that you notice is they don't seem to be walking toward the door. They only seem to be walking away from it. In addition to Scrappy's footprints, there is just one set that seem to be approaching the door. And they look to be those of what appears to be some kind of combat boot. Lightly to moderately worn, you're guessing from the depth of the tread. Still distinct enough to leave an impression in the gravel. You're guessing from the state of these prints, they're maybe a day old at most.
Do I still have photo capability? Because I know we have the whole like agent in the head that doesn't have an AI thing. Does it still have like smartphone? I can blink my eyes and take a picture or something.
Yeah, we would be able to say that. I would say that that's a pretty easy thing to imagine. But yeah, it could capture that way.
Yeah, because I just want to get like a central shot of that boot print because we didn't know to investigate at the time, and I don't think anybody took his boots and put them in their gear bag. But that he may have already come here and was doubling back to something. So when I go back to my place before we haul him out of there, I'm gonna check that against the boot.
Interesting.
Just to see if it is him. But I'm like halfway to where Whiskey was of like, maybe there's a reason this camp was here. I think the camp was here before, but somebody came in and bought them out because like the tracks went kind of around the door and like the faded out prints, right? Like they still walked up into, or no, you said they never went past the fence line, so they never actually went into that area.
So they went so that's the thing. Most of the ones that you're seeing that are like threadbare, almost moccasin prints from people's worn shoes, those seem to follow the fence line. And where that fence line stops, it almost looks like, you see the occasional like skid where someone maybe had to reprop up the fence or something like that. And those are numerous. Those are like, and they've got a variety of ages from like what you're able to tell on that tracking check. It's very much like some of them look like they're almost as recent, if not more recent, than the set of boot prints we're talking about there. Some of these though look like, they're almost invisible at this point from how long they've been here, and the wind and what little rain does maybe make its way under here from drain and stuff like that. It has worn those away. So I think the oldest discernible footprint you see here is likely about 2 or 3 weeks old. Bearing in mind, of course, in those 2 or 3 weeks, there have been enough times where it's rained heavy enough that you wouldn't be surprised if anything older than that has simply been washed away or eroded by wind. Because this sort of a spot wouldn't exactly be the sort of place you'd expect those things to last forever. They just last a little longer than they would in other parts of the city. So as we kind of touch upon that point, though, about maybe they're supposed to be here. On that tactics check, Whiskey, you've got that, like, hairs on the back of your neck kind of standing on it a little bit here. Because there is that brief conspiratorial thought in your head almost. That's what if every person in this camp is a plant?
Yeah.
And yeah.
Charlie, have you ever played Disco Elysium? I promise is relevant.
I have not. Well, it's Disco Elysium is Cyberpunk. I have unfortunately not yet played it, and I need to change that. I own it. I just need to change that.
There's a skill called Shivers, and Shivers is essentially the area around you is speaking to you.
Ooh, that's fun.
And I feel like right now this place is giving such uncanny valley that like Whiskey has that, like, I touched upon like the paranoia earlier.
Yes.
And that paranoia is just inherent to her.
Yes.
It's just like that is what's happening here. There is that conspiracy. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Oh,
but
you're
just
totally fine. No. But no, yeah, it's and there is that moment of like where you almost have to question yourself a little bit, even just as like a sanity check, like a self-sanity check of like, am I overthinking this or seeing things wrong here? Because there is like that moment of like, I need to have a clear head about what I'm seeing and how I interpret this.
Yeah. The other part of her is like, why does this feel like an ambush?
Right. Especially after literally having, the buildings around you crawling within a hostile force just a short time ago this week, when you stole that car. And as you look around, the one thing that perhaps reassures you a little bit here that this isn't an ambush is, despite those that are looking on with some suspicion at you all, there are others that are continuing idle chatter amongst themselves, passing a bottle, amber bottle of, you're guessing, some kind of beer or other liquor between themselves. There's a few others here too that are smoking out of small glass pipes and things like that, to the point that you're like, okay, this does feel reminiscent of other encampments like this that I have seen previously. And so for all the spooky that this feels, if this is a forgery, it's a damn good one. Because even those eyes that are eyeing you with suspicion very much feel like they're coming from the oldest members of the camp here. And you see very clearly one of them has a Fourth Corporate War veteran hat on their forehead. So it's very much like they are one of those previously mentioned vets that the city forgot. And this is what a soldier would do. You know this. You've been there before. So for the tactical benefit of something like this, there doesn't, to your mind, appear to be any real benefit to a bunch of people massing like this as a smokescreen. This is such an odd place. This isn't a critical corridor. If they wanted to block something, they do something on the skyline above it, right? On the actual street that this is passing under. And instead, they're massed here, below it. And none of them look as though they're actually, like, doing anything to, grab at weapons or anything like that. They all just seem like they're carrying on their lives in the midst of all this. But that does really raise the question of, if this is a real camp, how does a door appear out of thin air? And why?
Well, if none of the tents look like they move, I guess we start asking questions at the closest tents to the door and see if they actually saw it getting set up. Because the prints, they didn't go back those full like 2 or 3 weeks that I could tell prints were left, right? Like the newer prints seem to be within that like 1 week window that it seems like this door was newer.
The newest prints there, the only one that you see going up to the door outside of Scrappy's is maybe a day old at most. It's probably less than that. And they seem like some kind of somewhere between lightly and moderately worn in combat boots from the looks of the tread.
I was talking about the because you said there were ones only leading away from the door besides the one boot.
I'm not talking about those. Yeah. Those look to be roughly a week old at this point. Yeah.
Okay, because that makes a big difference, because if I can see the like shifting spots where people were fixing the fence from like 2 weeks ago, that means that if somebody had left prints there from 2 weeks ago, they'd probably be faded as all hell, but they would still exist. But that confirms for me that this door is like very, very, it doesn't just look new, it is new.
Yes.
So people will have seen it going up, because it's too big of a door to just fly up overnight because somebody gave a crew 500 eddies.
Hey, Tomo.
Yo.
Listen. In my head, the door appearing out of thin air, coinciding with this encampment has been here. There's no reason for this to be some sort of smokescreen. It makes no sense, right? They would just get in the way of whomever is using the door. But I think they know something.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them to have 1 or 2 plants in here, but I know the camp is legit. I've been through here enough times. What's not legit is that door. So
we need to get their trust if we're gonna. And I'm not a talker, but do you trust me?
Well, but as much as I can, it's not like I have Eds to throw at him and grease the wheels on this.
No, I'm not talking Eds. Charlie, I'm gonna do something, and you tell me if this is even possible to do, because it could be that there's no opportunity for this, but I want to try.
Sure. Yeah. What you got?
I want to look for the most sick or the most injured person here.
Okay. To identify that, and I'm really interested to see what angle you're trying to play with this. To identify that, and that's where you start looking at with medic eyes, right? So you've already looked around a fair amount because you had a perception of 20 earlier. Roll me your choice of paramedic or first aid. Let's identify that way. That's probably the correct way to do this.
There, my dice are working now.
Now they're working. Yeah, there we go. 21. So glancing around the encampment here, there's an older couple huddled together under one of the larger kind of tents in here. It looks like something made of an old either burlap or canvas of some kind, with the flaps kind of pinned up with what looks to be old metal twine that you would like bale construction material with. And the woman here is spooning some kind of thin liquid up to the man's mouth The man here is kind of bundled in whatever kind of stack of warm material they have. You see a couple of hole-ridden blankets and what appears to be like a fairly torn up looking like puffy winter jacket. And even under that, you see the man kind of, as he like leans his face forward ever so slightly to take whatever this kind of thin, you're not sure if it's medicine or soup. You see his head kind of trembling, whether from effort or because he is, as the blankets here would suggest, still cold. And it wouldn't be hard to imagine. Again, I said it's about 40 degrees out today, so it is rather chilly. But the man seems to be shaking much harder than his wife does, who seems to have like a very steady hand as she's administering the liquid to his lips.
I'm going to approach the woman, just making my presence known. Excuse me, miss. I'm a doctor. I'm not looking for any sort of compensation. I'm not looking for any sort of anything in return, but I'd like to ask what's going on with this gentleman right here.
And okay, so as you walk up, there's that glance of suspicion from her. He very much does not seem to, whether it's because he doesn't have the energy or doesn't simply care that you're approaching, you're not sure, but he doesn't seem to react in any really noticeable way. But she gives you this glance of suspicion. Go ahead, roll me a persuasion check really quick as you kind of wander closer.
This is gonna be
Okay. So as you wander up, the woman simply responds to your question by saying, "You remind me of someone that shouldn't be trusted. You remind me of someone my husband followed into battle once." And now look.
Can I? Oh, I was gonna say, can I try and like derail her old lady train of thought and just kind of step in past him as the more sociable of the group? And be like, well, trust me, this isn't a battle, and he's not here to cause any trouble. In fact, he's trying to fix your trouble. We just need a couple of answers.
Okay, go ahead and roll me your persuasion. Yeah.
See if I can derail her before she goes off on a tangent about fuck him and all of his old army buddies.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. And so
Jesus Christ.
She looks up at you, taking a much more like calm, casual tact with this, which kind of makes sense given that, you know, the army way of talking to people dies pretty fucking hard for whiskey. So you're more like kind of light commentary here, because it doesn't really feel quite like she was about to go on a tirade necessarily. All the same, when you lean down and communicate this to her, she kind of glances at you with a little more warmth in her eyes than she looked at you with initially, Whiskey. And so when she glances back your way, some of that suspicion still very much rooted there. She says, "My husband, he's caught some kind of bug. It's been, I don't know, 2 weeks like this, trembling, and I've been doing what I can for him, but we don't really have any money for medicine, so I'm doing the best I can with what I do have. And you could see stashed up in the corners of the tent are just a couple of tins of scop that are still sealed and just out of view enough that you have to lean down and look into the tent like this to really spot them. So you're guessing, Tomo, as you kind of do have this conversation with her, she's probably feeding him some kind of like thin meat soup made out of the scop cans that she's got behind her.
So, could I try and quote unquote diagnose this gentleman?
Yeah. So she looks at you. So just to be clear, were you asking that to me above the table as the GM, or are you asking that? Okay. So you still see this woman like very much like kind of keeping herself not hostilely so, but very much wary, kind of purposefully remaining physically between you and the man that she's calling her husband. Not really allowing you an easy way to pass. And you're thinking that that's probably by design. So diagnosing him, like you can't really put your hands on him or things like that. You're guessing based on symptoms and what she just said that it's probably some kind of virus. Without getting further symptoms or things like that, it's hard to nail down much more specifically than that. But yeah, I mean, it's got all the telltale signs of like, you know, a cold, and if it's been going for weeks, probably a particularly nasty one. Different kinds of flus and things like that tend to do that.
God, good. Is whiskey gonna be a bitch? Good.
I have an angle I can play here, just so that it's. We want to keep things kosher with these people. I want to try and like. Do you have somewhere we can sit? And while he looks at your husband, we can hopefully sort out the situation with the weird door that somehow just showed up. And try and like guide her, because I imagine there's like the bed that she's caring for him in, and then there's some kind of sitting area.
So I mean, this is a tent. Like you're a tent in the middle of this dirt lot. It's not big, right? It's like just large enough that like 2 cots and like a couple of like loose kind of fabric shelves that have been woven into the tent walls.
Oh yeah, I'm imagining like.
Yeah.
Like at max, like stumps in the corner of the thing or something, but something to sit on to where we can sit across from each other and chat.
Yeah. There are a couple of beat up old like yard chairs, like those kind of folding synthetic kind of patchwork like lawn chairs that you could kind of unfold and set that are kind of sitting on one end and seem to currently be unoccupied. And so she kind of glances at you, at Whiskey, and at her husband. She says, "She won't do anything to him without my say-so, will she?" Seem to trust you and your word more than Whiskey's.
Nope. I'll make sure that she double checks with you before she actually does anything, and I'll kind of glance back at Whiskey for like, please give me confirmation on this.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. As long as I see. So when the doctor says she's not gonna do anything weird, it's suspicious. But when the pretty boy says it, fucking.
Have you not been in a doctor office with like an elderly family member or something like that? Because this is not that uncommon.
Yeah. No, I know,
yeah,
but
there's a reason they want sociable receptionists.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I also know how doctors are when they come
Yeah.
across.
So like, I
patient
just
like,
want to make sure that this guy's healthy. That's all I'm trying to do, man. Yeah.
I'm not trying to sell you something.
Yeah. So the moment you kind of tell her this, Tomo, she kind of glances one more time at her husband and kind of nods, and she just says, "I'm gonna be right over there. Okay? Now you shout if she tries to stick you with anything." And gives you one more kind of glance before getting out of the tent, kind of standing up, little like hunch to her back. And she looks at you, Tomo. She says, "We can talk over here," and kind of leads you over to those unoccupied lawn chairs on kind of the edge of the camp on this side of things. So yeah, as you are allowed to access the patient whiskey, this guy's joints feel very swollen. His fever feels substantial. Like, this is the kind of thing where you would, under different circumstances, probably recommend that this guy be seen in an ER or at least some kind of urgent clinic. Because this guy is not looking great. And especially if what his wife just said was accurate, that he's been like this for over a week, this guy's not looking good.
No.
There's probably, like, medicines could probably help manage symptoms at this point, but like, he needs proper medical care. The kind that costs probably more than this entire camp is worth.
Yup. We're talking, I mean, this is probably like fucking trench conditions.
Oh,
this
yeah.
dude is experiencing.
Yeah. No, like, without a doubt, this is not a great place for anyone to live, let alone someone who is suffering from some kind of, fairly devastating illness here, it seems.
Yeah. I think the best thing I could do for him is just stabilize him best I can, and maybe if it would help him, use my 2 luck to have gotten some antibiotic from Desync earlier. And that would probably help him.
I mean, real question. Yeah, okay. I'd forgotten you do have 1 roll in medtech. So, 2 luck to get some antibiotic. We can roll with that. Yeah. Give me 2 of your luck and 100 eddies, and the antibiotic is yours.
Radical.
Yep.
And I think that's the best I can do for him, but it's going to at least keep him going for.
So you pull out the air hypo. Are you gonna just try to inject this guy without?
I'm going to first say to him in the most sanitary, most sanitized, like official way I can. It's like, what I have right here is standard issue medical grade antibiotic. It is meant to fight bacterial infections coursing through your bloodstream, as is currently ravaging your joints. It is not going to cure you. It is going to at least help you manage the pain a little bit better, so that you can walk to a clinic or hospital or wherever is willing to take you. But it should at least help. Is that okay with you, sir? Do I have your consent?
And this guy, so this is going to take a couple minutes. So Tomo, as you wander over with this man's wife, or at least what she's calling, whether or not they're actually married is to be seen, but you wander over with her to the 2 kind of unoccupied chairs, and she looks at you and says, So what are two people like you and your friend over there? What causes you to come into a place like this? Clearly don't belong like us.
Well, other than the fact I may end up here soon too, that door, as many times as I've been through here, hasn't been here. So what do you know about that? Because living so close to the edge here, you must have seen whoever put that in. That must have been a big project.
So she glances over, because I assume you're pointing at the door when you say that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So she glances at it and she just says, "What you talking about?"
The giant metal door up against the wall that had some tracks leading in and out of it. It's obvious that people have been there.
And she again like glances over toward the direction that you're pointing at. And to your eyes, she's looking right at this door and she's, "Son, there's just concrete there. What are you talking about?"
Is she gaslighting me? That is the question.
Human perception to see if she's like really just running this as some kind of fraud. You're not sure, but yeah, that's very much a... You don't get the sense that she is lying. She seems very earnestly like she doesn't see what you're pointing at.
Huh. I thought it was only one of us that got hit with the green goo. He's just kind of gonna mutter under his breath, looking off.
Yeah.
Well, only other thing I could think of then, because one of those tracks was recent. Has a guy walked through here that kind of looks like us? You know, this kid a little too clean to be around here.
Let me roll something on her real quick. How good is your memory? I mean, lots of people like you wander past every day, but there was kind of a strange one last night, I think it was. Some guy mumbling about how world was melting apart and he was convinced this was all a lie of some kind. He seemed crazier than some of the people that live here, and let me tell you, that's quite the bar to clear. Looked something like, well, not like you guys. You look put together. He had one of those lots of eyes all over his face. Lots of red eyes, and had a big skull on the back of his jacket. I'm pretty sure that was the Maelstrom logo, if I saw it right, but he looked confused. He was wandering. And then I don't quite remember what happened to him, but I heard him mumbling, had my eyes on him one moment as he wandered past, turned to minister to Harold, and next I looked back, he was gone. Vanished into thin air.
You know a guy who goes by Tatters? Does that name mean anything to you?
No, should it?
Just curiosity. Shit, that's right. We don't have agents anymore, so I can't show people pictures in my hand. The description of the guy that you saw, the guy that we're looking for, he's a maelstrommer, but he doesn't have the million eye optic thing, right?
He... I don't know that you ever really heard whether or not he did.
Oh, so we don't have an image of the guy. I'm so used to just having a pic of whoever we're looking for.
Yeah, like, Oh no, you guys were given one at the start of the gig. He does have a multi-optic like that.
Okay.
He's a pretty long-standing member of the gang, so it's not like it's that odd. Like most of them, after a little while, start getting chromed up like that.
Okay. I think I only have one more real question for you. Any gaps in your recent memory, like long gaps, like an hour or two that you lost, more than just you look down for 1 second, look up, and somebody was gone, like sizable chunks of time that you feel like you might be missing?
Well, I don't think so. But I wouldn't remember not remembering, then would I? And it's as she says that you hear the man, just judging from the direction and kind of the shakiness of the voice. Honey, she's wanting to inject me with something.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna put a hand out because I assume that she's going to get up and just like succeed. I'm gonna kind of lean my head in and call out to Whiskey. So what are you sticking him with?
I'm asking for his consent to give him antibiotic.
Oh, antibiotic will only help. It should be fine.
Yeah.
And you know that she's just giving him what she says she's giving him?
I'm gonna kind of lean in so that it's just her that can hear me. Between me and you, we don't have the eds to throw around to be injecting random stuff into random people.
Roll me persuasion with a +2. Between the rapport and that honestly decent reasoning.
Yes, this is the type of dumb shit that I crit on. That was the most genuine. Look, lady, we don't have the money to be giving out free drugs. He's safe.
Yeah. So she kind of looks back at you, nods, and then glances over toward the tent before calling out, "It's okay, Harry. She's just going to help you." And he then looks back up at you, Whiskey, and just kind of nods. Yeah. If she thinks it'll help.
God. You should watch that old lady of yours. I think she's going after another man, and I'm just gonna stick him with the antibiotic.
So yeah, you tap him with the air hypo. And he just kind of looks at you. You're not very nice, you know?
Aw, thanks.
I need to remind myself really quick 2 stats on you. Okay, the three empathy makes sense, and the 2 cool makes a lot of sense. Okay. Oh, I love Whiskey. So
I need to have a word with the ball and chain over there.
So as you two are still negotiating over here, Scrappy, you've been over there a little while, kind of trying to make sense of this. Was there anything additional you want to do with the door, or were you looking to do anything else?
Nope, I was looking to turn around and come back to my compatriots, who I now see harassing a couple of old folks. And I hear someone commenting on Whiskey's bedside manner, and I have to go take care of it.
It's like, yeah, this isn't the first time. That's the vibe that comment gives me. Oh, not again.
Oh god, I left him alone for 5 minutes.
Everyone complains until they see results, and then it's like, wow, Whiskey, you're so good at your job, Whiskey. Thanks for being you, Whiskey. It's like, motherfuckers.
So, yes, after sliding the fool card back into a pocket,
Yeah.
I will look around, and I will obviously see Tomo because he sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
And I will quickly walk over and go, where is she? And what is she poking it with?
The old sick guy inside this lady's husband. He's sick with something, so she's sticking him with some antibiotics. He's fine.
Yeah, and you once you enter the encampment, it's pretty easy to spot Whiskey because she just kind of like leaning over this guy's cot in this like larger canvas A-frame. But yeah, very much like just Whiskey looks just done with this interaction at this point. I think it's fair to say. Like, you might not even be conscious that you've got that very resting bitch face going right now.
Great, now I have 2 bitches on my ass.
and I will do at this point, it's kind of a classic response. Ma'am, I can assure you, the nurse has gone through all the certification. She is thoroughly trained to administer all kinds of antibacterial, antibiotic, and life-saving medication. So shut up and let her do her job.
Well, that was
Almost just gonna kind of mouth, sorry.
You both are very rude. As she kind of looks at you, like briefly kind of admonishing you for the way you've just kind of like wandered up to her here.
Eat a dick, Grandma.
Hey, Whiskey, that's my manner. I'm sorry, ma'am. I forget sometimes we're both a little crass. We both had kind of a long day. I have the worst migraine ever, but that's no excuse. I'm sorry.
And so Tomo, were you done with your line of inquiry there? Or were there other questions you still wanted to ask her? Because she's gonna just like kind of glance up a little more impatiently at Scrappy as that moment kind of passes before she just kind of looks back at you. She's like, I could talk with you longer. These two are very rude.
I'm sorry, miss. I think we've got what we needed. I hope your husband recovers.
Well, hopefully whatever your friend just gave him is going to do what it's supposed to do and not make him, I don't know, grow a third limb or something like that. They gave him something like that back during the war, you know.
That back during the war, you know, I need a concentration check to make sure Tomo doesn't physically cringe and like keep up this facade.
Go ahead.
Because that is like, oh no, it's starting. This is
Nice.
No, he's gonna physically cringe. He's no longer the perfectly nice boy. He's gonna and on that, I think I will take my leave. Come on, guys. We need to.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna give a signal Whiskey.
And just before we leave, I'm gonna say by tomorrow he should be feeling good enough to be on his feet. I would take him to a clinic or a hospital.
With what money? They've told us to get the hell out of every one of those we went to in the last 2 weeks.
Try and find someone who's willing to work pro bono. It should at least keep him stable for the next week, but until then, it's the best of luck to the both of you.
And she
I did the best I could.
kind of nods at that and looks back. I mean, Harry, are you feeling better? And he just kind of looks up at her and just says, I feel sore in my shoulder, which is right where you tapped him with the air hypo.
That's normal.
And so
give it 24 hours.
Yeah. So with that, the three of you gather back together. Is there a conversation that is needing to happen just outside the camp here, or are you guys going somewhere else at this point?
I just want to fill everybody in on the fact of, like, so when we were chatting, I tried to even point out the door to her to ask her. She couldn't seem to notice it. She seemed genuine enough, but anytime that I asked her about, her memory seemed really foggy, and given the fact that whatever they're doing is messing with brains, I don't exactly know if I trust it, but I'm not going to press a random old lady to try and get that info.
Do you want to ask, didn't I spot a guy who had a vet patch?
Yeah, it was a hat. He was wearing a Fourth Corporate War hat.
You want to maybe get there was a guy walking in Fourth Corporate War hat. Seemed a little bit sharper. Try asking him.
Yeah, I mean, you might get along better with another vet.
Yeah. Listen, I don't get along with people who are older than dust.
I tried to hold it together, but I didn't last long either. Don't worry about it.
Nah. Let's go talk to another of my ilk.
Yeah. So you wander, and is it just you alone, Whiskey, you're wandering over his way?
Anyone is welcome to join if they would like.
Okay. I figured we were all packed up now.
Yeah, we're all...
It's just a question of whether or not you guys wanted to follow her or let her kind of do it on her own.
Ooh.
Scrappy is waiting for non-prying eyes to share the information that's still on her tech scanner at some point. But there's lots of prying eyes because we are in a homeless place. I have a shiny metal object that will be worth a good couple of eddies.
Yeah, that thing's worth $1,000. That's probably enough to pay for that guy's medical treatment if you took it out here.
Do I recognize the patch, by the way? Because there is one route I do see. And I want to see if I can leverage my language.
Interesting. I'm curious about that. Oh, very interesting. So, the hat, very much, it's a Militech hat. So this guy would have been stationed at the NorCal military base, probably as part of the COG there, or predating that. I mean, just part of the outfit of Militech that was there during the corporate war. So before your time, because you were not old enough to be enlisted in the Fourth Corporate War, but yeah, this guy looks to be there. Now, looking at him for details would suggest that language might be usable. Roll me your choice of either concentration or perception.
Perception it is.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
You love to see that.
So,
as you kind of look toward this guy, and again, he's sitting in another one of these tents, albeit his much smaller. It seems more like one of those fabric, synthetic fabric tents. Think like a Coleman tent that you take backpacking or car camping. One of those that looks like it's been worn pretty damn hard. You glance over at it, and there's not a lot to kind of pick apart here that is extremely obvious. But you do notice on the man's hand, there's a small ring. The stylings on that very much align with other kind of service members that you remember serving with that would do clandestine operations during the war. Because if there's one thing that almost never changes, it's that Navajo code talking is still very effective for counterintelligence purposes. And you see the ring on this man's hand signifies he was probably, when you joined, a senior member of an intelligence group that was known for using that. So you do actually get the sense that if you were to try and use that with him, that there would very likely be, you'd very likely be able to use that and perhaps stoke some good faith here.
Okay. Rad. So I would like to try and strike up a conversation with my favorite person in this camp thus far. Present company not included.
Yeah, fair enough. So go ahead and roll me your language check. Let's see how well you navigate having a conversation in a language you don't use all that often. That's good enough, yeah. So the moment you walk over, what do you say to him?
I just say,
Or even just sentiment-wise. Like, it doesn't need to be super, like, accurate to what you're actually saying to him.
Yeah, basically just, is kind of whatever the equivalent of, like, Semper Fi to a Marine would be to, like, a Militech vet. Yeah.
Yeah. So you look at him, and he, the whole way, as you walk over to him, kind of eyes you with that that same description I gave you earlier, that suspicious look. One of a man that very much looks like he wants to protect the people around him here. And he sees you as a potential threat. Right up until you use those words in that language. You speak to him in Navajo that's a little rough around the edges, but good enough, right? And the man, for a moment there, his eyes go wide, very briefly. It's maybe a moment or two, but there's that moment of just realization before he responds in kind. And he says, I thought everyone that had knowledge of the language was long gone. A lot of them got out better than me after all.
They thought they wiped us. Thought. Where were you stationed?
The NorCal base before it got, well, bombed into the ground.
Were you there that day?
No, I was on a supply run. Ironically, to where they're holed up now in Arizona.
Yeah. Quick question for your brother. How long you been out here?
The days start blending together after a while, but we're talking here specifically. I've been here maybe 6 months. We're talking on the street. We're talking something more like a decade. Once the benefits, the severance benefits and all that were spent up. You know how it is.
Yeah. No. First to go is the BA, then the rest.
Were you stationed here as well?
I was at NorCal. Transferred to AZ. Decided to not re-enlist, and made my way to Night City for something a little different, I guess.
You look like you're doing better than I am, at least. That's good.
Yeah, it could have been me in your position just as easily as you could have been in mine. Sadly, the way it goes, this city.
Yeah.
I have a question. Just looking about, we're looking for we're actually on a job right now. Specifically, I thought we'd roll around. I was fixing up. I was a combat medic stationed up in NorCal before they transferred me, and continued my work down in AZ. And I was fixing up. Saw an older couple could have used my help, so helped them. Happened to hear someone matching the description of the guy we're looking for. You happen to see, we're talking multi-optic, red eyes, to maelstrom looking motherfucker.
Yeah. I saw someone like that wandering around. I don't know. Must have been right about midnight last night. Muttering something about world falling apart. And first I thought guy's just off his rocker talking in metaphor. Plenty like him in a place like this. Seen lots of them in the last 10. But the way he started talking sounded way less metaphorical, much more literal. Talking about things that didn't exist. Making claims about people watching from some outside. Said something about the world's just a fishbowl and we're the fish. I don't know what exactly he was on, but heard him crunching around the perimeter right behind my tent here. And you, just to be clear, on the side of this little encampment that's nearer to where you see the door. And heard his boots crunching through the gravel. Let me see if he remembers this last detail before I just spurt this out here. His memory is a little sharper than the woman's. Okay. So he said, you're saying something about not being able to trust anyone, and then gets a little hazy. I don't know.
When he happened to say something about waking up, dreaming, maybe he was carrying around something like a tarot card.
Yeah, and I'll act as translator in case the other two. Yeah.
And so he glances up at Scrappy briefly when you say that, and then back to you, Whiskey, and just says, I mean, no, I didn't see a card. Though, honestly, I was more looking where his hands were going than really what was in him. Didn't look like a gun or nothing. And saw him more from the side than head on, so maybe he had something like that in his other hand, but I don't think he said anything about anything about any of that other stuff. He he did say something though. Something almost like he sounded relieved. I just wish I could remember the words. That's where it gets real fuzzy.
Sounded relieved.
Yeah.
Why would he be relieved at the last minute?
Important side question to ask, and just in case he doesn't really need to know this, maybe let's ask him, but ask him if he can see the door. If he can see a door on that wall.
Yeah. I got you. That was gonna be my next question, just as a. Oh, by the way, crazy question. What do you see on? If you see that wall over there?
He glances over at the direction. I assume you're pointing like pretty much straight at where the door is.
At the door, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Lady in that tent was saying that it's just a wall. Is that true?
He looks over. Well, I mean, there's like a little bit of graffiti, but otherwise, yeah, I mean, same wall, it's been there for the last 6 months.
Yeah. You seen anyone, you don't see any kind of door?
And he looks up again, and there's a moment where he's like looking extra close, and he says, no door, just rainbow graffiti, some hippie shit or whatever, something about let me see. He looks a little more attentively in that direction, squinting his eyes as he does. Yeah, it's rainbow streak, like those old flags they used to fly every June. And below it just says, real scrawled, but I think it says, it's always good to have friends. And
he said that in Navajo, right?
You did.
I'm not going to say that part. I'm not going to translate that.
So you translate a lot of the stuff around it, though, right? Like the rainbow.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't sound like what we see.
Yeah, it does not sound like what we see. But I'm going to use my internal neuroport / agent and just say to Tomo, let's not kick a hornet's nest on this one. This feels like we might trigger like a mass hysteria if we I think it's pretty well established though that these people can't see it.
That's probably for the best. I guess we'll have to swing back by at midnight. That also lets us know we need to be quiet when we do it, because that lady was also already talking about he just up and vanished. We can't just have a platform 9 3/4 situation going on.
Right. Let me also ask him if there's any gaps in his memory.
Ooh.
Because I know Tomo was asking about that, because I could probably have just heard him talk.
Yeah. So you're just
That's
gonna
a good
pretty
point.
much ask him out, like, hey, is there any time where you're having a hard time remembering?
Yeah, any Yeah, we're kind of worried about the dissociative effects of being out here on the street. I just want to make sure, see how you're doing in terms of if you're experiencing any fugue states, um, any gaps in your memory loss, any gaps of time that seem to have just disappeared.
They trained me tougher than that, sister. You know how it is. But
PTSD and vets, you understand. We all go through it.
yeah. Memory. I mean, like I said, the words that he spoke last before I lost his voice, those are fuzzy. It's not normal that should happen, but
You seem relieved.
Let me see. How does this look? Better. It's not a hole, but only other oddity. About a week ago. Could have sworn I heard footprints moving from right about the same spot he was. Chattering about something, and I, for the life of me, can't properly remember what. It's not like it was in a language I couldn't understand. The words are just not there.
It's like the speech starts to warble.
Kinda. Though I do remember. I remember one of the voices, deep voice, talking about something to do with Judgment Day. Didn't strike me as overly religious. Come to think of it, he glances back toward the door that you can see. Had something on his neck. Tattoo looked kind of like that. Said something about needing capable hands. Didn't know what, but sounded like capable hands, something to do with that Judgment Day. The other words he was saying, I don't know why I can't remember it, but those are still there.
Right. Can I try to remember if any of the weirdos had tattoos on their necks?
You can roll me concentration.
Come on, baby. Fuck.
Would you like to spend your Enyo, good sir? You do have it.
Fuck it. Let's do it.
Fuck it. All right, I love that attitude. Okay, so a 16. So on a 16, you think as hard as you can about all the people gathered in that basement. And it wasn't one of the ones that interacted with you super directly. It was one of those other people that just kind of gathered there talking. There was one taller guy, almost struck you as a net runner of a sort, just judging from some of the stuff he was wearing, the way he was kind of decked out with his chrome. Just, you know how to see him after you've been around long enough. You remember that guy having a tattoo similar to what the guy's describing, because again, you're talking past each other a little bit in terms of describing things. You can't see the symbol, he can't see the door. So it's hard to know for certain if it's a perfect match, but the description sounds about right.
Okay. Fuck.
Your brain blast. Hold on.
So when I catch Whiskey kind of staring at the direction of the door, when I look at it, do I only see a door? I also see...
Go ahead.
I already heard you kind of answer it. I only see a door, right?
You only see the door, and then, yeah, that graffiti of the Fool. Which, to be fair, none of the others have described seeing either. They've only described this other bit of graffiti. And even then, it's just this guy. I'd love to hear your idea, Ghost. What have you got?
Picture. If it's something baked into our heads that only we're seeing, if I try to capture it, in essence, be able to show it to somebody else, it should capture the image of what everybody else is seeing, unless they're the ones who are brainwashed.
Oh, that's interesting. That is a fucking idea. I love that idea. All right.
I mean, I might have to get a Polaroid so that it's all analog and can't be influenced by my brain.
Scrappy.
Yeah?
Where's Shaggy?
In my pocket, but I don't have a camera on my model, though.
You don't?
No, I used up all of the space to make sure I could have an AI on there.
Well, agents by default, I believe, have a camera.
Yeah.
Let me double check. I'm gonna pull up all about agents really quick.
But here's a Whiskey. Try holding this card.
Is this a magic trick?
Just humor me.
Okay. And I'll do so. But Charlie is curious to know.
As far as I remember looking up about agents, base agents don't have a camera built into them. It was something like a 50 eddy or 100 eddy upgrade that you could get a camera built into them back in
so most
2040s,
agents,
2050s.
Most agents come standard with certain basic screen, simple speaker, microphone, camera, accessory and power ports, and alt-link short-range wireless. More expensive models come with more, like built-in flashlights, stereo high-fidelity speakers, or even hollow projectors. Agents customized for specific fields like construction, medicine, or technical work might come equipped with built-in specific to those tasks, such as laser surveying tools or rudimentary med scanner. So yeah, no, you should have a camera on your agent. Like, by and large, most agents from the 40s had them. Like,
All right,
it was like
I
the cheapest of the
incorrectly.
cheap, but I think you just have a standard agent.
Yep, I remembered wrong.
Yeah, you're good. That's why I'm here to tell you what you got. Yeah, so you've got one.
But if you didn't catch it, I handed Whiskey the Fool card.
Yes, you did. So you take the card, Whiskey, I take it? Yeah?
Yep.
Cool, so you take it. And the man glances down at what because I assume you're trying to put it in front of the guy's face. Scrappy? Basically.
No, I'm just passing it to Whiskey, like, nonchalantly. Just
okay.
Here.
So yeah, Whiskey, you take it into your hand.
Sniff it a bit.
You sniff it a bit. It's funny because you joke when you say sniff it a bit, but it actually, as you smell it, there is this almost like warm, pleasant scent to it. Like the smell of a like freshly built room, like somewhere that smell you get when you enter a new space for the first time and it actually feels safe, right? There's like that scent mixed with like the barest scent of fresh tobacco just kind of lingering underneath there. Like something that you would have smelled in any number of like the officer lounges in the military, and even after like in some of the like more upscale clubs throughout the city.
Yeah. Scrap, I would think this is really funny to hand me a card that says the Fool. In fact, I'd probably think you were, if I didn't know any better, handed this to me to say something about myself. Is that true?
Look.
Uh-huh.
And I point at the door.
Uh-huh.
Fucking look, you dipshit. Like, physically look.
Yeah.
It's just like a look at the card, look at the door, look at the card, look at the door. Scrap, you're gonna have to help me here. What? What the...
I'll have to talk to you about it later then, because something is
severely wrong with me? Yes.
Besides you being a really attractive idiot.
Finally, someone noticed.
But no, it's something that I wouldn't want to talk about here. We've stressed out enough people here already.
Mm-hmm.
But no, and I take the card back from Whiskey with the weird assumption not being fruitful.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. Because yeah, I'm like, I think I know what you're playing at there, but yeah, don't worry. That's a fascinating bit of like, I'm gonna try and mind sweep this. So as that happens, that
is when I get my agent all the way out. I was like, you want me to take a photo, Tomo? Is that what I'm getting?
You could take a photo on that and ask what Shaggy sees, but also, I wonder if anybody around here has some old rundown camera with 1 or 2 shots left in it. That way we could have a physical picture, because I also don't trust tech, because I feel like whatever, they're doing something with something, and I feel like classic analog film is the only way to see what's actually there at this point.
Oh god, analog film. That's
good luck finding that. I'm pretty sure all that's gonna be in a dumpster somewhere in the junk fields or something.
Yeah, people used to love those stupid little cameras that would print out the picture and then you'd shake them around for 5 minutes before you could see anything. Somebody around here's gotta have one.
How old are you?
You see a lot of old things floating around.
That's actually probably incredibly fair. So you could try it with your agent, Scrappy, if you felt like, let's see what happens.
Yeah, run it by that. Like, I don't think it's going to be super likely, but if that doesn't turn up any results, I am just going to kind of call out into this crowd of people with a bunch of random old things in their tents. Who wants to make a quick 20 eddies? Who's got a camera that they can throw away?
Go ahead, Scrap.
So yeah,
go ahead and roll me a photography film check.
Photography.
Yeah.
Photography.
Yeah.
It's a tech skill.
It is
a
real tech skill, yeah. Would you like to throw Inyo at that?
No.
No? Okay.
Because Scrappy takes the picture, realizes why the photo is taking so long to load, because Shaggy is assigned to doing the other task.
Yeah, it is making it a little bit harder to get your agent to do anything that's old at this point.
I imagine the old dial-up internet where when you bring up an article online and if it had a picture at the top, it would go like bar by bar from
Yeah,
top to
just
bottom.
that like scanning across like bit by bit. Yeah. No, that's very much a vibe.
Yeah.
So
Now, Tomo, this photo is going to take like 20 minutes to render. I'm sorry.
Well, no problem. And back to the original plan. I'm gonna pull a crisp 20 Eddie bill out of my pocket and hold it up in the air. Who wants to make 20 Eddies? Because I need a cheap retro camera that somebody may or may not have floating around. And I'm just gonna kind of announce that to the camp and just kind of stand there waiting for any response.
roll me a d10.
/R1D10. No!
That's the one time you don't want to see a 10.
Wait.
Hmm?
Is it worth it though? Because we've got our speedrunner achievement point.
You do?
I really do want this to
You
work
go
out.
for it.
I might just burn mine here because this could be a really interesting piece of the puzzle.
Go for it. I'm for it.
Fuck it, we ball.
Fuck it, we ball. All right. Burning an achievement point.
Fuck it. And it's a 9. I wasted a
Alright.
10 and a 9 roll on a d10 to not succeed. Fuck!
God, do I really want this to work, and there is something I could do here. But man, it's going to be a gamble.
What's not a gamble is someone else could burn their achievement point on this.
Oh, fuck
Yeah,
it. I'll do
it's
that.
a luck for luck rolls. Is it for me since it's 6? Is it 6 or under, or is it under 6?
6 or under.
Okay.
So you've got
I'm
slightly
burning my
better than
achievement.
50%. So yeah. So Nyla is burning his. Go ahead and you can re-roll again.
Come on, I win this.
Oh.
All right.
You know what?
Oh.
No
Let's
way.
the last shot in the revolver. Let's go.
Click,
Fuck
click. Yep, here we go.
Fuck
There
yeah.
it is. I was like, oh my god, the dice were being dramatic about that on my screen. I don't know if it was for you guys, but it was for me. So, Tomo, as you hold up this crisp 20 Eddie bill, there is one of the other unhoused people across the street here in the kind of neighboring encampment says, yeah, I got one like that. And they kind of scramble across the road, bringing it to you. And sure enough, it's an old Polaroid style camera. And it's got just enough left in it here for maybe a handful of shots.
That'll work perfectly. You're a lifesaver, Troom, and I'm gonna hand him his 20 Eddies.
Yeah, and he happily takes it and kind of wanders back, kind of holding it high as if he's won a great victory. So go ahead, take your photo. Go and roll me photography.
Here, let me close that real quick. I'll take the 20 Eddies off in a second.
Yep.
Where is this? Photography film, and I'm going to put my 4 points of luck into it so that it's
Hell
almost
yeah.
like a real skill.
Ha-
So I've only got 2 points in text, so plus 4 makes it a 6, which is almost
Or
a
you
real
could
skill.
just hand the camera to Scrappy again.
Oh yeah, that is true.
You
You
could
are
do
the
that.
actual tech. Yeah. Here, you're better with old tech than I am. I know that it exists. I don't know how it works. I'm gonna hand it to Scrappy.
I'm going to. Can I tactical oversight by keeping people out of the shot?
yes, absolutely. I love that justification for how tactical Overwatch works here. Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Meat
Anyway,
doesn't beat. So yeah, you're rolling this flat there, Robert.
No, I'm not. I'm using 2 luck. Screw you.
Hell yeah. No, that's your choice not to roll it flat, not mine.
Yes.
Any crits? Let's
And-
go.
And as the saying goes on this show, we've crit on dumber shit. So that is a very good roll. So you hit the shutter on it. You see a bright flash briefly. Before with that bzzz, it prints out small little Polaroid image. And as you begin to shake that into visibility, as you look at this image, the door is not there. There is simply a set of bars running across, very much looking almost like a, typical pride flag. Underneath it literally says, "It's good to have friends." As if someone has scrawled that in permanent marker underneath the spray paint.
And that is the image that everyone that looks at this photo sees.
Yes. All three of you, when you look at the actual Polaroid after the few moments of it being shaken into visibility, as it develops, all of you can see it. That, like this guy is saying he can see it.
Well, I guess we're all crazy, but find out how crazy tonight. Kind of look at everybody else.
Yeah. I need answers.
You don't know the half of it.
I'm gonna need I don't know if I need a bottle in front of me or a frontal lobotomy.
That's a fucking saying. I'm
That
taking
is-
that.
yeah, no, man, I'm keeping that one in my pocket.
I
don't know if I need a bottle in front of me or a frontal lobotomy, but either way, I'm forgetting today.
I mean, later you're going to be talking to a lady named Emerald. She's kind of distracting.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's so funny. So
yeah, Scrappy's going to hang on to the camera because
yeah.
And she will start slowly walking away from the encampment to kind of show that, yeah, we've been here for at least a half hour or so.
Yeah.
We should probably leave.
Yep.
I'll follow along and I'll go, oh wait, if the thing on the wall didn't show, it had the tarot thing on it. See if the card is picturable. See if we're just crazy about that, because that's something that we can feel.
I'll worry about that once we're out of the encampment, don't I?
Fair enough.
Because the way this is all turning out, I'm crazier than the both of you.
Well, I kind of figured that when you drank the random green goo, but I'm glad you know too.
Yeah. Yeah, Scrap, you're the crazy one. Slaps you on the back.
You're the crazy. Yes, you're the crazy one. Absolutely.
Pay no attention to the dynamic duo arrow vaulting ahead onto her.
I was about to say, fucking skeet shooting pros.
Well, Tweedledee and Tweedlebang, you're not the one who sees a fool symbol graffitied over the door.
They can see that.
I thought they could only see the door.
No, they can see. So they can see it's not graffitied on top of the door. It's above it. So
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like it's above the frame of the door.
yeah, they can see that.
Oh, okay. I thought they only could see the door itself, not.
No. They can see that. As
And
well.
never mind, I'm not that crazy.
You're
That's what had me tripping so hard. Is like you're the only one who interacted with the drugs and like found the card and picked it up. I haven't touched the card. I didn't touch any of the green goop, and I'm seeing the door with a tarot sign above it. So I'm kind of wigging on who got to me.
So the only
Then-
explanation is the weirdos probed us in our sleep, and now we can see shit.
Oh my god, think back. Did I get medical treatment from the weirdos when we were popping by there? Did I need to rest for medical?
No, you
I don't
didn't.
know if they took me. Oh, okay. Oh, I never got put under at their fucking place. Okay, cool.
Well, to ease your
It's-
paranoia, I touched Tomo with the card. There, you touched it.
No, and he's gonna like scrape his arm like it's got fucking germs on it. Like no.
Just like frantic. It's like look
fuck,
like
you
you're
got the crazy
tweaking
arm.
harder than some of the people that are in their tents around here. Yeah.
But no, the stuff I want to talk about that I found at where this door is very, very different. But I don't want to talk about it out here in the open. I would much rather go back to the apartment.
Yeah, let's set up
Easy
and
enough.
regroup. I gotta get cleaned up for a date anyways.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
We all might as well.
All right. So, you all head back to Mega Building H10 after a fairly eventful and probably somewhat distressing conversation with the unhoused under the overpass there. One thing was right though. The radio was not wrong when it said you'll know it when you see it. So, with that said, you guys get back to Tomo's apartment. For a mercy, you don't smell any decay yet from the body that is slowly, probably decomposing in the bathtub. Hasn't been that long after all. But are we just whiling away the next couple hours in the apartment here?
I would imagine during those hours, Scrappy would fill in Tomo and Whiskey about the results on the tech scanner.
Yeah.
For this door has no locking mechanism that she noticed, or at least nothing that was like super advanced or anything. But as she waved the card up and down across the door, her phone dinged.
Mm-hmm.
And it's at this point in time that the photo is now done rendering.
Yeah. And the photo on your agent, it's the same as the one from the Polaroid. You can see the same bars of color and the same scrawled marker underneath.
God.
So, yeah. This, as much as I hate to say it, the friends must have given us some kind of medical dose or medical probe or something. Because I don't think whatever that green stuff was would do this to me, and you guys didn't take any of it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. They didn't stick me with anything while I was there, so unless I didn't notice, I should still be in the clear, even if they did like put something in your heads while you were under. If
The fact that you can see it too, because I remember I walked out towards a garage door and I could stare out into what looked like a parking lot of some kind or a back alley. So I had exposure to fresh air. What if the ventilation system down in what? Because we found them on Rainbow Street, right?
You found them. Give me a moment.
Because I know it was down in Pacifica Land.
It wasn't Pacifica. It was what would be listed as Dogtown. They were on. They were right between Herbert Hoover and Elizabeth Cress. It's that little by street, right? Like, I'm gonna move all of you guys way across the map, right there. So that's where you guys met with them initially.
Yeah. And their symbol was the rainbow.
Yes.
Okay. So from what this generic message sent me that I'm currently having Shaggy poke at to see if it can learn anything, because Shaggy couldn't read this. My AI could not read this off of itself. That's a first.
So it seems like the three of us are seeing things that are not real, but we're seeing them collectively.
Which is the same thing that was happening to what I assume might have been Ratchet. Or whoever unfortunately got down here. So
Shit,
at midnight.
man.
Yeah. At midnight. Whether you two come with me or not, I'm gonna figure out how to open that door and what's behind it.
Yeah, I can't say I'm not curious.
I mean, we found the rabbit hole that he may have fell down. The only question now is how deep does it go?
Yeah. I will do one thing though, and I'm on my neuroport internal whatever. I need duds to go to the brothel.
Yes.
Because I'm in military shit.
Yes, you
and
are.
I've been meaning to get some edge runner fits going on.
Sure.
So I think I'm gonna get an Urban Flash top, bottom, and shoes.
Top, bottom, shoes, Urban Flash. Given that it's cold outside, do you want a jacket too?
Yeah, fuck it, yeah. Why not?
Okay, sick. So Urban Flash.
You know, throw in some mirror shades while you're at it. Why not?
Oh yeah. I'm getting you price list real quick. Those are glasses I want. Mirror shades.
Yeah, and while we're here in Tomo's apartment, Scrappy is going to end up using the shower in a can that she has.
Hell yeah. You'll love to see it.
And also the personal care kit. So, I may not look pretty, but at least I'm clean.
Exactly. So we're talking 100, 100, 100, 100. So what is that one?
And I'll look at Tomo, I'm like, sorry, you don't have a shower.
So
it's my house. I know how to get around it. My plot is essentially to hobo shower in the bathroom sink, but go ahead.
So whiskey, that costs you truly an incredible number of eddies, 420 eddies for that particular assortment.
I'll let it go. Anything for the fit.
Yeah, look, 420 eddies means the fit's probably gonna be good, right? So
yeah, it's gonna be lit.
So let me see. So we got a top, we got a jacket, we got mirror shades, we got footwear, and we got bottoms. There you go.
Yeah. So I'm thinking like streetwear jacket with a semi-translucent crop top. Shaggy bottoms and running shoes and mirror shades. All with that neon decal that we all know and love.
Yeah. No, like rim lighting basically that runs down all of that.
Yeah.
I'm digging it. So so with that, in preparing to get ready here, Scrappy, go ahead, especially since you are doing this without changing your clothing. can I see a wardrobe and style and personal grooming check from you?
Wardrobe
Uh-huh.
and personal.
That kind of makes sense
groom.
considering you're not changing your clothes. Personal grooming is just slightly better, which also makes sense. Yeah, so you're able to make yourself look like very plainly presentable, but like you've still get some of the knots out of your hair and scrape out the worst of like the dirt and gunk and get that away. The shower in a can goes on kind of like a lather foam that you think like if the like pre-foaming hand soap was in a can and it administered in a slightly thicker layer over your whole body. That's shower in a can. So you're able to like get that on all over you and like rinse that down, like probably like moving the body out of the shower just briefly enough to like let yourself kind of rinse the last of that off into the drain. But yeah, for the most part, it's just foam that you just kind of wipe off by and large, or towel off yourself. So with that said, and then Tomo, since you're also doing this, let me see a wardrobe style and personal grooming from you.
And I do have a fresh change of clothes, minus the jacket. So everything
That's
else
fine.
can be fresh, including shoes. But the
Yeah,
jacket
yeah,
will
yeah.
still have to be the same. And
That's
just,
fine.
I don't have shower in a can, but I have a sink, and it's my bathroom. So I'll just be kind of muttering to myself, looking at the corpse taking up my tub the entire time, as I'm like hobo showering everything off and just trying to get actually cleaned up and put together.
Fair enough. Yeah. So for you, I will give you a plus 2 to your wardrobe and style for having some like new clothes to change into. So you're not solely relying on just like slightly, propping up and like maybe loosely ironing yourself. Okay. No, you're able to make at least a little bit of like more presentability there. And then personal grooming, I'll let you roll this flat because you do have at least a sense about keeping yourself mostly clean otherwise. It's not like you've got a ton of grime like Scrappy did.
And I'm at my house, so like I've got my razor and shit, and ha ha ha. I actually, do I want to burn my Inu because I know I still have it.
You do.
You should do it.
Yeah. I'm gonna Inu
Reroll
that.
it. I love
grooming.
Nyla's just like, yep, you should do it. And you're like, you're right, I should.
Even 12s, even 12s, much
Even
better.
12s. We love it. And so then, yeah, you put it in order with everyone's favorite, get it in like 2 minutes store, Great River. So it literally takes like maybe an hour after you plug the order through on your holophone before you get a little alert popping up complete with like a HUD indicator of how far away your delivery is. And it just says, a drone has been dispatched with your delivery arriving in, and then it's literally got like, any of you who have ever ordered through Domino's probably know about their online pizza tracker. Think that, but it's occupying like the top of your field of vision as this is slowly making its way to you from one of their distribution warehouses in the city. So it takes maybe an hour before this thing is literally hovering right outside the window in Tomo's apartment here.
Yeah. Could I try and make just a personal grooming? Because I figure like the Urban Flash, it's like, oh, I'm basically having my internal just pick it out for me. Just give me. But I just want to see because my personal grooming is a 2.
Please, let's see it. I've seen worse, but yeah, you're still got that military kind of sense of style going, which is to say, you don't.
Actually, funny thing, because Stitches used to rock Urban Flash.
Yeah.
So so Tomo would have like the tiniest bit of like recollection of like how he looks. Could I see the setup in Urban Flash and be like, nah, you didn't do this right, and like try and correct a couple of things to knock it up a +1 or 2?
So this is personal grooming. This is literally her trying to like brush out her hair and stuff like that. Yeah. The wardrobe style, I could see the argument for though for that, because she's gonna need to still roll that, and you will get a plus. We'll call it. I'll give you a +4 to it, because you do have the fact that because this is the thing, we don't have AIs to pick out our shit anymore, so you do have to go through and pick it out. Although, in lieu of an agent doing it for you, Great River has assemble a fit in one click, and so you probably just went with that, where give me recommended fit or whatever. How good it looks is up to the eye of the beholder, but it's good enough, right? So that would be 1 + 2, and the other would probably come from the fact that, you got Tomo here to kind of like be a second set of eyes on you here. So go ahead and roll that for me.
Personal grooming?
No, wardrobe and style, +4.
Okay. 4. Come on.
Okay. Yeah. So you're styled up. It's not like gonna blow anyone's mind or anything, but it's definitely nicer than it could be. Better than you were before in combat fatigues and all that bullshit. So on that front, looking better. So the 3 of you have dressed up, ready to roll. And so by the time, because you got plenty of time to take before you need to be there. So this meeting is scheduled at pretty much 11 o'clock, which is great, because you've got a solid hour with Emerald before wandering back and seeing what the hell is the deal with the door under the overpass. So once you guys have gotten your shit together, styled yourselves, groomed yourselves, or at least as best you can, made the attempt and the effort. You guys have got your shit mostly together. From here then, are we just going over to the Pink Demon?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Can I pocket check everybody while we're on the way? Like, okay, so they're probably going to actually want pay for their time, and I did not investigate the prices at this place. I'm just under 100. What's everybody else rocking?
I got 30 eddies.
Okay, that noise is enough of a message to me, so it sounds like we're pressing her for the info. At least I know how we're going in.
No, I have 3,900.
You have what now?
He has a lot.
He's got nearly 4 grand.
Well, thanks in advance for the next hour, buddy. He's gonna patch you in the back.
Nyla, don't you love it that you played a fixer in my game and somehow you have ended up, despite not being a fixer, having pockets like a fixer this go around?
I miss him.
So, Charlie.
Yeah.
Scrappy will make one outbound call.
Okay.
To A20. Said Ripper Doc that's creepy and was introduced.
Yeah.
It was introduced to us by a certain Arc.
Former comrade, yeah. No, yeah, 80-20. Yeah, absolutely. What are you calling 80-20 for?
To set up a proposition for the creepy old man. Involves a body, a cyber psycho, the body of a cyber psycho.
Mm.
And all the tech that comes with it.
So you want to set this up for him to take from you and
To have me, to let me assist in removal of the cyberware, and we can negotiate on what he gets to keep and what I get to keep.
Okay.
To cover his costs in assisting me in remove every bit of metal out of the rest of this guy's body.
Okay. Hell yeah. We don't need to do like a super long conversation there, because there is a point I would like to end off at, and we might be just slightly behind in terms of time where we are.
No,
but
that can easily be just done.
Yeah.
Off screen. It was this is what she's doing before we go to the pink demon.
Yeah. I got you. And so you just want to get in touch with him, see what he'd be willing to do in terms of like making that happen, so the two of you can piece him apart and work out who gets what in the back of it.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Roll me a trading check.
Duh. Well, I'm going to use my last... Oh, no, that's right. It automatically uses it. Duh. There we go. And come on, do something stupid.
You have Inyo. Would you like to spend it?
Yeah.
Yes. Good. Go ahead and re-roll. You can't roll a 1.
And I keep the luck I spent on it, right?
You do just add it as an additional mod when you re-roll, because it'll...
okay.
That way we don't have to worry about refilling your luck or anything. It's a little easier. All right. There we go.
Nope.
So... 80-20 says the following. Because he would be that plus that plus... Yes, we'd be looking at that. Okay, yeah, so unfortunately, he's like, only if I get first pick, then you have a deal.
We will discuss more tomorrow, is my simple response.
Okay. And so, with that, you all gather together and head down, walking down Farrier Street, the fairly short distance. It's just kind of like the end of the block where it intersects with Sir Francis Drake. So you guys are pretty much right here. And above the door to this place is a bright sign that is mostly black with neon pink lines etched through it. You can see what appears to be kind of the line art drawing of a succubus. Like, think very shapely feminine form with 2 horns, and then like one of those like devil tails kind of curving out from behind her. And it just says like next to her with her kind of like running between the words here. You've got the pink demon. So in like a very scrawled kind of semi-cursive sort of text. As you would expect for a place like this, the windows in front from the outside seem to be look like they're blacked out, rimmed in the same shade of pink neon around their edges. As you walk through the door, you walk into a space here that feels almost like a smoking lounge. Warm wood tones on most all of the surfaces, fairly plush, dark, like reddish brown leather seats. In the back, there is a bar, and none of the liquor on it seems to be particularly high shelf. But it's not the worst selection. Tending that bar is a woman who has no top on and is wearing a set of the same shade of kind of hot pink booty shorts. And on the other end of the bar, you can see a man in a fairly similar looking getup. Same kind of cropped skin tight shorts. And he appears to be wearing a neon rimmed harness that is that same shade of pink. As you all walk through the door, there is a woman that is standing at the front behind like a small, like if this were a restaurant, this would almost feel like, wow, this is very normal. Of course, I don't know, for your characters, have any of you been into a brothel before in Night City? Would this be an experience you would have had before?
That's a good question.
I feel like
we know the obvious answer for Scrappy. That'd be
Yeah,
a no.
Scrappy probably not, right? Yeah, you're probably one of the people who could resoundingly say no, I haven't. But for the two of you who have been here a little longer, for Tomo and for Whiskey, have either of you ever been in a brothel before?
Double check. What was the second one? What happened to her? Yeah, killed in a fight. Yeah, after his past 3 girlfriends' history, I feel like Tomo would be detached of trying to form actual relationships and would just like feed his physical need from time to time. So
Yeah.
he probably has.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, for you, this is very like old hat. This isn't at all weird to you or like putting you out of place. For you, Whiskey, have you ever been in a brothel before?
And that really depends. Did my old squad invite me out for boys' night out? That would be the question.
I think in my mind, since you were a combat medic, there's almost no doubt in my mind that at some point or another, if not a brothel, definitely at least a strip club. Like, to the point that maybe you haven't been to a brothel, like, full stop, but you absolutely would have been in places that had a vibe not that distant from this, right? Like, like sex worker underbelly of the city would probably not be a hard thing for you to, like, at least translate from, you know?
Yeah,
you've been exposed to it as the customer before, at the very least. So,
sure.
Yeah. So, like, maybe a little less comfortable than Tomo, but not entirely. Like, this doesn't entirely unsettle you or anything. For you, though, Scrappy, you walk in here, and I mean, the smoking lounge appearance, you're like, okay. It's when you see this woman tending this little stand right near the front of everything here, wearing what is at best you could call this a leather kind of bikini, although it leaves very little to the imagination at this point, and a set of long leather pants ending in some extremely high stiletto heels. All of it that same shade of bright pink that is kind of echoed throughout the rest of what you've seen so far. And as the three of you wander in, she looks over the three of you. Well, it's not often we get a mix of people walking in at the same time looking like they like each other. That's normally where you go down the street to the Love Hotel. Do any of you have a reservation, or?
Yeah, I had called ahead about a girl named Emerald. Should be free.
Your Emerald's 11. Yes. Word of warning. Her last client was a bit of a tougher one. So apologies if she's not up to form tonight. But will these two be joining the two of you?
That's not exactly a spectator sport, but there's some extra chairs in rooms, right?
We aim to cater to all tastes, of course.
I mean, as Scrappy points at Whiskey, Whiskey can probably make her feel better. In medical terms, I swear.
Sure thing, Scrap.
Sure thing, Scrap.
Sure.
Yeah. But yeah, so the woman who is, you know, kind of at this point checking you all in, basically just saying like, yeah, we aim to please all tastes. Of course there are chairs in the room. Like, and I know Tomo would probably understand exactly what's implied by that. Whiskey, you probably would as well, to be fair. Scrappy's the one I would like not be entirely sure if you do.
Is there popcorn included?
I mean,
that would be the most bougie, to use Twitch-friendly terms, hotel room chair setup in the world. Just the two chairs in the corner and a popcorn machine between them.
when I tell you, gentlemen, that I have seen some shit in documentaries on YouTube, this would not be unheard of in the slightest. Trust me, guys.
Pigeons or something?
Become a Cyberpunk GM and research so you know this seedy underbelly your players are walking into. It'll be a good time, they said. So she looks at you and she says, I mean, if you simply wish to order some snacks, the bar has an assortment of refreshments, should you need any.
It was a joke, sweetheart. Don't worry about it.
Again, we just serve to please. And she says, very well, group rate with Emerald, as she kind of eyes the two women in the group here with a, you know, just a moment of like, this was not what she understood, but very much making the modification. Group rates, that'll put you in at 500 for the hour.
Is there any like a duo deal instead of the 3 for the group or something like that? Because really, I'm the only one looking for any action. These are just my friends along for the ride, and this one is gracious enough to pay my way.
Yeah, I'll sit it out. I don't care.
Well, I suppose she kind of like glances in a non-specific direction, at least to your eyes. I suppose none of you've been into the demon before, have you?
No.
No, I would have asked to work on your guys' ventilation system if I was.
It's like the only reason I would
mean.
Yep. God, that feels like such a euphemism for something.
Right? Like, what is that even supposed to mean? But
as Scrappy is legitimately looking around and is trying to see if the air conditioning is actually working or not.
Oh, it is. Yeah, no, it's fairly comfortable in here. And honestly, on a night like tonight, it'd be more of the heater that'd be on because it's cold outside.
I would probably mention, because to have been to a brothel, he must have been to one. Just probably not this one because it's a little deep in the city. Is there a brothel like on the coastal region he may have popped in at while he was on his like trips in and out of town?
Oh yeah, no, like down
that he can reference and been like, oh, I've been here a couple of times, but I've never really stopped at one this far into the city.
Yes, no, there's the so it's not on the coast itself. It's more on that kind of inner canal that has been dug around the central island of the city. But there's a brothel known as the Palace of Earthly Delights that would not be terribly uncommon for like away boats to go and just like dock up at one of the many little jetties that exist on that inner canal, and just like get up onto the shore that way and go there. It's that one's a pretty popular one with Bellis nomads, just because it is like the waterways connect to it pretty readily. So yeah, that the Palace of Earthly Delights would probably have been, if you've been to any, that would be one of them.
Yeah, I would name drop Palace of Earthly Delights. Be like, yeah, I've been, every now and then I'd stop in there, but this is the first time at the Demon.
Well, and allow me to offer you our first timers discount then, at least. Call it 400. 20% off.
It's better than 5, and I'll look at whiskey.
Fine.
To be honest, this place looks like a lot of fun. How do you work here?
Don't.
Trust me. This is why Tom was gonna be like, trust me, you don't want to work.
But it's pink and glowy and stuff.
I'm going to throw you out the window.
And so once you've transferred the eddies, because again I'm imagining through your neural port that transfer largely is going to happen, she hands you a small pink key card with the logo of the brothel that was on the sign outside imprinted on the front of it, and she says, Emerald will be waiting for you in room 301. Elevators are back that way. Have a good time.
I'm sure I will. Thank you.
And yep. So you go back to the elevator, ride it up to the 3rd floor, and
on the ride, while we are away from prying eyes for a moment, and say, "Hey, hand me that Polaroid you took of the wall if you still have it." We'll open up with that and see if she can see what we see. Just show it to her. Ask her, "What do you see?"
Well, I mean, the camera has like still about 2 snaps left in it, so we could also take a picture of her if you want to take home something. I don't know, but yeah, I'll show her the picture.
Well, the picture, remember, even to your eyes, does look like the flag, the little flag spray paint. It doesn't look like the door.
Oh yeah, that's right. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It didn't transfer to that. Damn. Never mind then.
Yeah. We would have to take her to the physical place.
You would, yes.
The card we could still.
You could.
You could like have it in the palm of your hand and say, "Do you see me holding anything?" and just see what her response is, because we don't want to act like we know that something's there, just in case we want to look like we're playing idiots and just like checking her for whatever thing. She'll give us a funny look, but it'll keep her from doing any more than that.
Yeah.
Oh, if you want me to play an idiot, I can play an idiot. It's perfectly fine.
So, as the 3 of you arrive on the 3rd floor, you exit out the elevator, and there are only a couple of rooms on each floor. It's not a particularly large footprint as far as like the overall building goes. It's definitely more vertical than it is built outward. So as you wander down, there's about 8 rooms on each floor here. It's pretty much the first one. And so as you tap that key card against the electronic lock on the door and open it, inside the room, very small, like if you're thinking roughly like single enough room, like for a single bed. And it's otherwise pretty much laid out like a motel room if you kind of cut that space in half. So there's like a small bathroom you can see on one side, along with the single bed in the middle here. And as you wander in, the decor in the room is very much stylized with that same kind of pink tone represented in a lot of different things. There's a rhinestone kind of chandelier, low lit, hanging over everything. Within the room, everything else seems to be kind of this polished, sleek tile. And on the bed is this woman dressed in a metallic green, deep metallic green kind of lingerie set. One that like just kind of covers her front, and isn't wearing pretty much anything other than a matching set of underwear. And so she looks up at you, her face done up with this same kind of shade of green makeup. She says, I wasn't expecting 3. I thought there would only be...
We weren't expecting it either.
Yeah, don't worry. They probably won't be here as long as I will. Tomo's going to kind of chuckle a little bit to himself. But we have some biz first. We're looking for one of your regulars, Ghost by Ratchet.
Oh. You'll forgive me. It's been a long shift. Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Let's see if she will spill the beans.
Oh, I thought that was going to crit for half a second there. But 18 is still very good. So she... Let me go ahead and roll. Okay, very good. So she looks at you and she says, I mean, it's not normally... it's not normally good practice to divulge the secrets of other clientele. You understand. You can see her kind of nervously glancing at a particular corner of the room as she says this.
How can I...
Like,
Can I airdrop her my deets?
You can, yeah.
All right, I'm going to airdrop her my deets real quick.
Okay, yep.
Because if she has all the same stuff in her head, that means that now I can send her a message without... I'm assuming that she was glancing over at like a camera or whatever surveillance they have for the place and say... And like after she accepts it, assuming she does, I'll ping her the... Like, I take it we're going to be listened to.
And the moment you send that through, she blinks for a moment, probably seeing it. And she just kind of like moves off to one side and just kind of nods at you. She says, you understand, it's not exactly something that escorts like myself are necessarily sought after for. Our clients tell us a lot of things.
Ooh. Validator for deeds. I want to introduce her to a group chat now, so that everybody can see this message and say, "There's a camera in the room. We got to play it like normal biz. Hang out in the lobby, and this line will be completely open, and then we can all have like a conversation while we do our business."
Fair enough. Yeah.
So it can be a total like cut to black. We don't need to get too in depth.
No,
basically,
right.
like playing the role of like the slow startup section and making sure that takes a good long time while they can either head back down or keep hanging out in here and basically have the group chat in the corner of our eyes where we're just sending texts, making it look like we're keeping busy.
Dude, that is such a fascinating like image to like picture.
Well,
That's
I can't break
crazy.
the camera. I can't have my tech counter the camera or anything because
No,
then we look sus as hell. This is a way that like
no, you're
there's an
so
awkward-
right.
There's an awkward moment of silence. Everybody else walks out. We get to doing things. Then really we're having this clandestine conversation about figuring out what the hell happened to Ratchet.
It's super smart.
Hey, Tomo, I'm gonna say this to you. Let's have an argument, and I'm gonna storm out and demand my money back.
Oh, that could cause so many issues. I love the thought, but it could also cause so many issues.
No. You stay here with Emerald, and I just want my money, and you get comp for free stay.
Alright, if you want to fight to try and get your money back, I'm not going to stop you. We'll probably be done with our thing by the time they decide to throw us all out anyways, so I'm going to have my fun, you have your fun.
Jesus.
I guess Scrappy will randomly wander around the building.
You're going to go look at the ventilation?
Like a lost little dog, like, alright, they need to fix that light, they need to fix that shutter.
Man, for anybody who's been to a strip club, you would get hopped on like they're vultures. You're lucky you don't have eds to burn here. They would milk you for everything you have.
So with that, so to play it fade to black, what is the conversation happening under the hood as far as that's concerned?
So Ratchet, who is he? When did you last see him? All the good details.
To which she would reply, because that was honestly a very high persuasion roll. She'd reply, Maelstrom Gonk, lonely guy, says he doesn't feel at home where he lays his head at night. And when he feels that way, especially, he comes to me.
He ever tell you where he ends up after he ends up feeling that way? Because the trail we've been following, the guy seems to just teleport around the city, and it's getting pretty interesting.
After me, usually he just, as far as I'm aware, goes home. Usually packs his shit and leaves. Once or twice he's paid for a double shift, so I just stay here with him. It's not like we even really do anything. He just wants someone to care.
Poor guy. Any favorite spots he talks about? Anywhere he likes to go to clear his head, or any specifically strange things he may have mentioned?
I saw him last night, and he seemed a little more distracted than usual. Actually wanted to get physical, which is, like I said, not an every time kind of thing for him. But usually if he's particularly stressed. Mentioned something about someone looking for him. Said people were stalking him. And mentioned something about being at home one moment. Said he did some new kind of drug that he cooked up. Said he got the ingredients off of a darknet forum. And afterward, next thing at least he remembered, he was sitting across microphone in his face on a radio talk show.
Radio talk show.
And after that, he said he stumbled back here. But he couldn't tell me anything about how he got here. From what he was talking about, it sounds like the studio he was in all the way down somewhere near Pacifica.
Okay. That actually helps a lot. A radio station out of Pacifica. He wouldn't happen to be, because the hostess was telling us you had a customer give you a rough time not too long ago. That wouldn't happen to have been him, was it?
No, some corpo asshole, one of the new Sokka execs in town, said he wanted a taste of the local meat. And you can kind of feel her shudder underneath you as she says that. Or like messages that to you. The shudder almost comes a little bit before the message, but it's, yeah, very much a, like, not something that, it's something that fills her with a dread that she can't really contain.
Just leave me a name. I'm not going to promise anything, but who knows? Small world and all that.
And she sends you a photo. Didn't give me a name. Booking probably have that. Doubt they'd give it to me if I asked. Not exactly the kind of people that care about us on this level. And you see a man probably somewhere in his either late 30s or early 40s. Like neat bun of hair, dark, and very much the notable thing that you recognize is, and this is probably gonna be hard to do if he's wearing a shirt, but on his upper pec that is in her, like his upper left pec, you can see the Arasaka trifoliate tattooed. Very much a distinctive sort of thing. And something he sets on what would be essentially like a dresser almost that's positioned at the far end of the room is a set of rings. One of them gold, just like a pure, simple gold ring. The other one a little more distinctive, almost like a jet black under steel. So it's like, steel on the top and then like a jet black underneath. That has, again, that Arasaka trifoliate, along with a notch for years of service. It's something you've seen before for particularly high-ranking execs instead. Like, some of them will wear pins. This guy had it on his ring, and you see 20 notches as it kind of gets played off of his finger in like a short clip of video that she sends you of the guy.
Said no promises, but it's a small world, and I'll make another trip by here if anything comes of it. But that's all I've really got for you, unless anybody else has questions. Or actually, this wouldn't be on Scrappy's thing because Scrappy doesn't have the visual thing, so it'd be
she would be getting it on her agent. It's the same difference, yeah.
Yeah, because she doesn't really need to hide it. She walked out of the room and went somewhere else, so it's not really conspicuous to be looking at something.
Right, exactly. So yeah, Whiskey, Scrappy, do either of you have questions for Emerald?
Nope.
Nah.
No? Okay. So yeah, the hour passes with relatively little fanfare beyond the the questioning back and forth that kind of happens here intermittently. And when everything is said and done, Emerald looks at you, Tomo, and just says, I hope you enjoyed.
Well, I definitely did. Gonna be planning that return trip hopefully soon. Oh,
I need to have one more word with your hostess before I leave. And he's gonna, as he's getting redressed, scoop up his jacket and kind of toss it over his shoulder and start to head back down.
Fair enough. So during this time, I know, Scrappy, you said you're just kind of wandering the premises, kind of like noting their code violations, basically.
Yep, and if I get kicked out, I get kicked out. It's like, whatever, dog.
Yeah, probably not. All things considered, you're just a little bit of a weird case. It's not like you're fucking with anything. Whiskey, what are you doing during this time? Where do you go? Do you just kind of wander back to the bar, or like what are you doing?
I want to. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna start flirting with the hostess.
Hell yeah. I'm just thinking in my head right now, I'm like, but your conversation is dog shit. So
That's what makes it such a good idea.
I am zero. I'm working with zero Riz in a dream.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like,
Hey,
you
my
got
favorite
Mr.
phrase-
Zero Riz over here. All right. Yeah,
What is my favorite phrase?
Crit on dumber shit.
Do it.
Roll me conversation, Nyla. Let's see what whiskey's
About to come up with
capable
the
of.
hostess number. Oh, so close.
A 9 ain't awful. Unfortunately, it didn't render the results. So let me look at
Yeah. That would have been a 14.
That would have been a 14 is better than I thought you would do. I'll be honest.
That passes a DV13. That's
It
technically
does.
competent.
That's competent. Which of course is like the hostess is, without getting long-winded about any of this, will flirt back with you, although you very much get the sense here that it's very much professional and not really like you're not blowing her mind with any of your lines. It's very much like, but it's not like you've annoyed her either. And that is that you're drawing that perfect like fine line of like, you may not be impressing her, but you're also not pissing her off. And honestly, that's not a bad place to be in a space like this. So like,
Yeah.
that we take that. It's a good, at the very least, for the game of it, not a bad way to pass your time. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, you're not getting anything for it after, probably.
No, but it passes the hour.
It passes the hour. So eventually, Tomo, you come wandering out. And Scrappy, it's probably right about now, you practically bump into Tomo as you're just kind of wrapping up your inspection of the top floor here and its electrical wiring, which is not great, by the way. It's like every now and then you hear the thunderous, to use a phrase, clapping of cheeks behind a door, and a few of these lights are actually like flickering in with the rhythm. That's how shit the wiring is. So, however you feel about the circumstances of knowing that now, it's there.
She is slightly bothered, but knows she can't do anything about it. Because it's not a car.
It is not, in fact, a car. So, as you all regather, Tomo, you said you had something you wanted to tell the hostess?
Yep, and just as a note, I love the mental image of like, imagine you're going to this place of business and you handle your business, right? And you step out and there's just some random edge runner standing on a stepladder in the hallway trying to tweak the wire on a light so that it quits blinking every time you hear a slap in the next room.
Yeah, exactly.
That moment of like walking in going, what the fuck? I don't think I should have come here. Just leave.
Yeah, to be fair, Tomo probably would have caught Scrappy at the point in time when she was about to be that annoyed to try and fix the wiring of one of the
like
lights.
Yeah, you're like almost reaching out to do it, and then you notice Tomo there. Like,
Yeah. Oh, are we leaving?
Yep, time to go.
all right.
So what out of 10?
Actually, if it goes above 10, I'll subtract it back down. How do I do modifiers on slash rolls? So it's 1d10 plus whatever, right?
And are you rolling for it to recognize crits or not?
No, because we're doing it on the scale of 10, but there's a
got
base rating of like he got the job done, so she got
Sick.
the minimum score.
Okay. So for that, it would be /R space D10 and then just plus whatever your mod is.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we'll do like...
Because then it won't roll
Nope.
fumbles or crits. 11.
Perfect 10.
Yep.
Loved
Oh, yeah.
every second of it.
Hell yeah.
And she kept enough of a straight face to actually give me all the info I needed. The woman is a professional.
I can tell.
So the two of you, after kind of reconvening, wander back down via the elevator to the lobby where you can see that Whiskey is taking up a seat kind of right by the front door. One of these like leather kind of lounge seating areas as near as possible to the host stand. And she and this woman who, Whiskey, you've learned her name is Sabrina, are taking a conversation. And it sounds like Whiskey's having some fun here. It sounds like Sabrina is responding in what Tomo, as someone who's been in spaces like this before, would recognize as like very professional, kind of courteous response in kind. But you can see she's got this kind of bemused smirk on her face, like she's enjoying the banter, if nothing else. But yeah, very much having this conversation. And so, Whiskey, you see these other two wandering back down into the lobby here.
That's my cue. It was fun while it lasted.
Well, stop back by sometime.
No, you can bet on it.
So, as the three of you regather, it is nearing midnight.
Okay. I do need to check in with those on the way out though, because I feel like I can get the info out of her, because if I know anything about, like, that's like the whole reason the mocks exist, right? Is like people would fuck up the joy toys and like nobody had the joy toys back, so then they had their own back. Like that was the whole shtick.
That is why the mocks became a thing. The mocks are not yet a thing.
Cool.
Shit like that is why the
anybody...
mocks became a thing, though. Yeah.
Yep. So that means even if they still aren't a group, somebody who's like a working girl in the place still would probably be easily swayed to giving up that info so that I could handle it. So I am going to check in with the hostess. And I want to say, hey, so that girl Emerald should be wonderful time. And I was just kind of curious, kind of lean in close. Is there any more info on that guy that gave her a rough time? I get around. I might be able to do a little something about that. Remind people, be nice when they come here.
And she, again, glances in the same nondescript direction that she did earlier when you were haggling over a rate. And she, you get the same sense from her that you did earlier from Emerald. You're being watched. The meaning is translated pretty quickly here, now that you've seen it before. She says, I mean, you understand it's against policy for us to divulge anything. But I do hope you'll consider booking Emerald again in the future. And she slides a small plastic card over to you, over the stand, holding her hand over most of it.
I'll take the card, kind of tap it sideways on the desk twice, and that is why I love this place. You're professionals. And then I'll glance down at the card, kind of keeping it tucked to myself just in case it's at a camera angle. Yeah.
So as you kind of wander out and you glance the card, you see this is a type of business card that has become somewhat more fashionable lately with the advancements of neuroports and things like that. It's what we call a holotype card. So basically, think the same material they would use on urban flash clothing to project like LCD screens and stuff like that, but just reduced down to a business card. You can inject very small images, text, etc. She's giving you a name by the name of Ken Ikaro.
Ken Ikaro. He's getting noted in my life path.
Yeah, you please feel free to. But yeah, the name is written on the blank side. The other side is literally just a business / promotion card for the pink demon in that same neon light typing.
Mm-hmm. And then kind of perfect. And then I'll tuck that into jacket pocket, because I assume as we're going back outside, I'll take the jacket from his shoulder and actually like put it back on.
Put it back on, yeah, as the bitter cold kind of seeps into your skin again.
Yep.
All right. Making our way back to Goldsmith.
Oh, let's go see if the door that isn't real really opens.
Okay, so the three of you take the 10 or so minutes wandering back up the street. It's midnight, so it's gotten quiet. Aside from some of the raucous like bar sounds from inside the Sud spot, there is very little else going on the street at this point in the evening. Couple people smoking cigarettes, scrolling phones, some of them seemingly staring off into space, probably doing the same as the others, just on their internal holophones. As you wander closer to the encampments, though, it truly does become eerily quiet. And once you're next to the encampments themselves, as you wander closer, you remember earlier how eyes seem to drift naturally to track you as you entered their space. But this time around, the eyes seem to simply look to one another, continue their conversations. If they're smoking, they continue doing so. You can see the husband and wife you talked to earlier talking amongst themselves. The man looking ever so slightly better, but none of them seem to notice your passing, not even the veteran, as you wander closer. The door...
That was a note. Oh, I wanted to double check with everybody else who we wanted to do it this way, but I was expecting them to like not have any like notice of us, like creep on the camp instead of like walking straight through and straight to the door, like going around to the side, keeping our head low, trying not to be noticed, and like creep up on the door, because they've seen people disappearing at it. We don't need to be, for anybody else who's following up on us. We don't need to be noted as, oh yeah, they came by, asked some questions, came back by later. I don't want any shot of that.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, please roll me stealth checks, everyone.
Yay. Something I'm very, very bad at.
Hey, it's okay. Whiskey and Tomo are both rolling 19s, so it's okay. So yeah, the three of you wander closer, and even though Scrappy is a little less coordinated this way, even with the scuffs that her shoes make on the ground, even with like the occasional stumble that would normally give you away, the really odd things you're noticing, none of them are reacting to her presence at all. Not even the most observant ones that you were looking at earlier have caught on to any of you being there from the looks on their faces. They seem wholly intent on whatever, or wholly focused, I should say, on whatever they were doing before you walked up, whether that's eating food, smoking, talking, whatever. They remain focused and engaged, almost as if you weren't there.
That's odd. Well, I guess the only thing left is to try the door.
And as you wander closer to the door, this time you notice, whereas earlier there was nothing you could use to open it, no knob, no nothing. This time there's very clearly a metallic doorknob, just a horizontal bar that you can turn to let yourself through the door.
Well, you're the one who found the magic card. Gonna look at Scrappy.
I don't know what's going to happen when this door opens and whether or not all three of us are going to get in there, but grab the handle, pull down,
Yep. And just
push the door.
push in. Yep. So as you push the door open, you see the door opens into what looks to be a descending staircase, leading deeper into the earth. The concrete around it matching that of the outside. So it does appear as though it is built into the pillar here. And so all three of you are wandering in.
Oh, wait. I just got a really, really funny idea for a photo op. What if I stand halfway in, halfway out of the open doorway, and you take the picture? Because the Polaroid, there should be no door there at all. So what happens if I'm standing in the open doorway?
I love the science of it. It's like, hold on, we got to do science really quick.
Well, I'm at the point right now. I don't want to like call it too early, but like, am I in the fucking Matrix, dude? Because like a door exists that isn't there. It gets a random doorknob. Like they're telling me to wake up. Am I in the Matrix?
Is this some 9 3/4 shit? Like,
So probably with the last good photo of this old camera, Scrappy already kind of had that idea lurking around that that's something Tomo was going to ask. So it's Scrappy goes in first, stops, quickly turns around and takes a picture of both Whiskey and Tomo slowly stepping through the door.
Oh, so taking the picture from the inside out where you get that's also really interesting.
So as the photo is taken and you start developing it, the lighting in this stairwell is fairly dim. Other than the street lights outside, there doesn't appear to be anything really illuminating the stairs themselves, but you do see a dim light coming from below.
Well, good thing I have a flashlight in one of my cyber fingers.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. So yeah, just turning on the pen light basically on your finger. And so as you wander down, does anyone shut the door behind?
Actually, quite the opposite. I want to prop it open.
You want to prop it open with what?
That would be the question. Do I have his emergency knife? I could have swore I would have had it. Because the emergency knife that Stitches always kept. Because there was just, I'm pretty sure I also had like it was like the poor quality random ass knife just in case I needed to deflect bullets.
Let me check, because I keep all the old sheets under the Dead Chum Society. Let me see. Did Stitches still have it? Because you might have, no, yeah, it was still on your sheet. So, let me go ahead and hand that to
I mean, I could burn 2 luck right now to be safe, just to say, oh, flashback, I took that.
You're good.
Or, like, if you didn't have it and you were looking for it, Scrappy realizes that she's had Ratchet's old cyber arm in her carry-all bag from the apartment.
We can't leave that. Somebody will steal that shit.
Yeah, right. So,
hey, it's better than nothing.
But no, you were probably right that you would have taken it, and I just maybe didn't transfer it or something. And the luck spend at this point, we're at nearly end of session, so to make you spend it is more or less meaningless because the scene's about to wrap either way. So I'm chilling with it. So you three wander down the stairs. having, and I'm imagining you just propping the knife under the door like a wedge to hold it open, Tomo?
Actually, that could kind of work, because door wedges, the whole point is you leave it on like the threshold, and then when it goes to close, it kind of pinches.
Right.
I was actually thinking kind of more permanent, because strong boy gimbal, like just hold, it's a giant concrete wall, just like hold the tip and go bang a couple of times and it'll stick.
Yeah. Fair enough. So yeah, you get that wedged in there. And then afterward, is it safe to say the three of you wandered down the stairs into whatever awaits?
I would go.
And Scrappy will slip on her breathing mask, just in case there's any kind of puff stuff that Charlie likes using against us.
You give me far too much credit, or far too little, that I wouldn't find a way to make it work anyway. So you guys,
But
yeah. So you strap the gas mask on. You guys wander down the stairs, and the light becomes dim, dark, and as it begins to re-illuminate, a very familiar scene plays out in front of your eyes. You see a small stage, an assemblage of small, temporary-looking chairs, as if the bottom of some tiny concert venue. And there, at the center of this room, is an assemblage of several familiar faces, but one that stands out as almost slightly mythical among the rest. You see Un, the person who you'll remember, Tomo, you snooped on reading their messages over their shoulder. Whiskey, you notice the man with the rainbow tattoo on his neck that was described earlier. And lastly, in the midst of those, as well as several others, you see a man, mirror shades, long hair, and what appears to be an almost opulescent hooded sweatshirt or cloak of some kind draped over and a bow on his back. And you just see him grin up at the three of you and just say, "Welcome, friends." And with that, we're going to call tonight's session. So, welcome to the fun, guys. This is where everything gets really, really weird, really, really quick. So next week, those of you who've been in the planning stages of this for a while will be happy to know Cody will be joining us as a guest. So it's
Yay!
We'll get to play with him next week. Yeah, Cody even says in chat, "Hello, motherfuckers."
Let's go.
I fucking knew it.
This is going to be real fun.
I called it.
Yeah, I know. Crazy. Last week when you're like, "Is that his character on the billboards?" I'm like, I can't say shit. But yeah, he's sitting there in the middle of the room staring back at you, the man from the billboards. So, with that, guys, no combat this session, but goddamn the roleplay. The roleplay was immaculate. It was so good. This strategizing and the thinking was incredible. The problem solving, very, very top notch. Honestly, I'm gonna award everyone 60 IP for some really, really solid roleplay and like sussing out some really interesting paths forward here. So with that, if you are watching this on Twitch, this week we are not doing our little after show, just because it has been a longer show. We are nearly at midnight my time as I say this, ironically, because that's what time it is in the game. So we are nice and synced up right now, vibes wise. But if you are watching this on YouTube, thank you all again for watching. I hope all of you have a wonderful morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're in the world. Stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you all next week. Peace, guys.